One more time. Oh,
I could listen over and over and over again.
No, we just need to play the 12-minute dance mix version of it.
that's true. That's true. I think you better hit the.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
That song because
in Tampa Bay, Florida, of course,
Yesterday.
yesterday,
yeah.
angered that her roommate was playing the chic classic La Freak over and over again very loudly, a Florida woman allegedly battered the disco devotee during a 12:15 a.m. confrontation in the duo's apartment. According to the arrest affidavit, Marianne Lannon became upset after the 64-year-old victim, who is Lannon's cousin, put the 1978 song on repeat.
Why would you, if you're going to put a song on repeat, this is an excellent choice for a song on repeat.
Yeah, you could run this in the background of your life every day, all day.
Here's my favorite part of the story. Investigators allege that Lannon freaked out and pushed her kin into a makeshift tiki bar, causing the bar to fall apart and the victim to strike her left eye on a speaker, severely swelling and bruising her left eye.
A makeshift tiki bar.
Well, they can't afford a real tiki bar.
So this is a makeshift tiki bar in their apartment.
But what is it made out of? Like apple crates and cinder blocks?
It does not say. Yeah. And then it goes on to say, La Freak, written by Nile Rodgers and Bernard Edwards, both of whom,
No, this is good. Here's a great description of the song. Described as an infectious, danceable confection,
Yes.
La Freak has become a staple of wedding receptions, movie soundtracks, and nightclubs, according to the Library of Congress.
When I used to, in the early 90s, and women of a certain age from Salt Lake City will remember,
Oh, I know, I do.
our Friday and Saturday nights were spent trying to find out where in town the Disco Drippers were playing so we could go and dance to a live version of this song among many, many others. And oftentimes, the Disco Drippers would play this song twice because once, it's just not enough.
I don't know why you play it twice. You just get the big dance remix. It's one whole side of the vinyl.
Yeah. And if you have two copies of that, then you could play it for a half hour.
Turntable to turntable,
That's
turntable
right.
to turntable.
Yeah.
But then inevitably somebody's going to come up to the DJ booth and say, "Come on, why don't you put on some Donna Summer?
Yeah.
Come on."
Bee Gees, man.
My favorite when I was DJing at a bar that played nothing but disco music, when people would come up and say, "This disco stuff sucks. Do you got any? Can't you play some rock and roll?" No, not really.
People want to dance.
People are dancing, and that's what.
Speaking of disco, what we could have opened the show with, which I knew neither of you would go for, on this day.
On this day?
What?
Andy Gibb was born on this day.
Yeah, but he was not one of the real talented Gibb brothers. I don't
That's
think.
not true.
Not one of the talented Gibbs.
He had a couple hits.
Yeah, but he
Shadow
wasn't-
Dancing went to #1, Bill, I'll have you know.
But he's not like Morris and Eddie and Frank.
Eddie and Frank, yes. Eddie
Barry?
BG and Frank BG.
Yeah. The only one I could think of was Morris.
Morris.
But,
Andy Gibb is a hot dead guy I'm hot for. That's
Dead
how many
guy.
dead guys are you hot for, Gina? Is there something that I wasn't hot for him before, but now that he's dead,
Let's get a list here.
a hot dead guy, yeah.
I mean,
You better watch it.
no, because he died like when I was really young, so I wasn't aware of Andy Gibb when he was alive. But now looking back, I'm like, yeah, if I'd been a teenager back then, I would have had his face all over my
All over your. Don't say it.
all over my walls. Posters.
Oh, your
of
walls.
it.
Okay.
So-
is that code for anything else?
So looking at Barry Gibb then, who looked like Jesus.
Yeah.
A Mormon Jesus. and then looking at Barry Gibb today,
That's kind of no.
do you think that Andy,
would have aged well?
how with those Gibb genes,
Yeah.
do you think he would have aged as well?
No, it's probably better that we remember him as a young man.
Although he thought to have his teeth fixed at least.
That's true.
So like Eddie and Frank and Morris.
Robin and Morris. Robin had bad teeth.
Was it
Yeah,
Robin?
Had, yeah, Robin had.
was. Robin was.
Just kind of sticking every which way.
Yeah.
Speaking
Terrible.
speaking of a certain age,
Mm-hmm.
we need to talk about this Murder Among the Mormons show.
Yes.
I watched some of that last night.
There's so much wonderful Utah stuff in there.
But I thought, as I'm watching it, I'm thinking, who's really going to be interested in this other than people who really know what's going on and what Salt Lake is like?
I can tell you. Women across the nation, because it's a murder thing. It was on their murder podcast that is hugely popular, and that's where most people heard about it, and that's what spurred this documentary to happen. It says, oh, hey, we're from here, we could do that.
Well, it's so Mormon specific, and I'm thinking, oh, I know what they're talking about here. But there are people around the country who are going to watch it and go, I'm not sure what's going on.
No,
here.
I'm telling you, because
they're into it.
The Mormon thing is a curiosity to people.
They don't understand it, so they'll want to watch it to try to understand it.
To them it's weird and strange, and they're blowing each other up. Oh wow!
But they don't. I watched the first and part of the second. They don't. So it was directed by Jared Hess, Napoleon Dynamite fame, of course, and Tyler Measom, who he directed that really great documentary about the Amazing Randy. An honest liar.
Didn't we interview him about that?
Yeah, we've
feel like
interviewed Tyler.
I know we
couple of
interviewed
times.
Jared, but I thought maybe Tyler too.
Yeah, no, we've talked to Tyler about a couple of movies that he's made. Both friends of the program grew up listening to this show. But I don't know. It seems like they didn't really explain things very well, did they? I mean, I know what was going on, but
Yeah, I think this is going to be huge for Netflix.
Yeah,
because Netflix runs a lot of murder stuff, but this has that element of a lot of people outside of Utah don't understand Mormonism, so they're going to watch it because they are going to want to try to learn more about it.
It's always been a weird mystery, and I was on Twitter yesterday reading tweets from people not from Utah who were like, I never really thought about it much, but this was fascinating, and now I'm getting exposed to this, and.
Yeah, and Carrie, there's so many things you could pull for drops. I think Rod Decker quotes and Ken Sanders.
Ken
quotes
Sanders is all over it. Rod Decker's all over
it
it.
was really nice to see Michelle King again.
That's what we were doing, was trying to remember everybody's names.
Bruce Lindsay, handsome Bruce Lindsay.
Bruce Lindsay, and there were some that you go, yeah, that person wasn't around very long, on the news.
But you hear Chris Van Oker's voice in there,
and my Uncle Jerry is in it.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Jerry Cahill.
Yeah, I was going to say Pond, but it's
No, my Uncle Jerry all through it.
Yeah, he was the spokesperson for the LDS Church.
One of them.
I mean, I enjoyed it just because I knew all of that stuff. And
I love seeing all and actually watching it with my daughter. She loves seeing all the old footage of, what Salt Lake City looks like back in 1980, and it looks, it's like, to us that doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Watching the video of the cars and the buildings and what people were wearing, and it was a long time
that
ago.
and the technology, the TV technology, was what was killing me. Shelley Osterloh, was that her name?
She's the one. Yeah, she did a really good job. I thought. Shelley Osterloh was doing the Mormon reporting for KSL for years and years and years. Well, that was some early Shelley Osterloh, and she was doing a really good job, I thought, with that.
Yeah. With that talk show thing that she was doing, that Oprah thing.
Yeah.
It was that was interesting. But
Watch more of
just,
it this weekend.
it's only 3 parts, and each part's like less than an hour. So, you
Well,
know,
we should see if we can get
we
Jared
should.
or Tyler on to talk about it.
Or even Randall Carlisle, or
I could get a hold of Randy in an instant.
well, you have Rod Decker's number too, don't you? Because he's
Yeah.
all over it. And
Yeah,
Ken
I
Sanders.
checked, I checked to see if I had Tyler or Jared's numbers, and I don't. But I can
They listen.
I can get
Guys,
them.
email us.
Well,
I
Gina,
don't
you have Jerusha's number, don't you?
Yeah, but I don't want to go through the wife.
Well,
I don't want to bother her.
Why?
It's not political. It's simply we don't have your husband's number.
Okay.
She's part of the. I bet she's part of the production team too.
Could be. All right.
So
Well, I think are we done? Is this farting around?
Yeah, oh yeah.
murder.
This has
among the
been
Mormons.
Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Let's see here.
Everyone is reveling in young Rod Decker because he never ever seemed young. All right.
He's good.
Yeah, he is. He was a damn good reporter. We need more of him. We need to clone him or something. 6:15. Let's get this going.
All right, your check-ins would be most welcome here among the Radio from Hell show. It's time for you to call 877-602-9696. Check in with us. Tell us how you're doing, what you're doing. Did you see some of Murder Among the Mormons? Mm-hmm. What do you think? Give us a call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We love to hear from you this time of the morning, so please do.
All right. 877-602. You know the number. All right.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
The
X96.
workday can get so...
And now, it's time to play the game that super freaks everywhere want to play. It's Beat Gina. You try to match wits with a very kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother. Yes, she waits in room 714 with incense, wine, and candles. It's such a freaky scene. And now, here's your Beat Gina host. He's the kind of guy you do take home to meet your mother. He's all right. He's all right. He'll never let your spirits down.
No.
Carrie Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're
Thank you. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Beat Gina. And today, it's easy trivia. Come on. I mean, really.
I haven't
the
ever
topic?
seen
You've not
Pineapple
seen
Express.
You've not seen the movie Pineapple
Your
Express.
chances of winning are very good.
All
I haven't seen it either. I don't even. It's about people delivering pineapples.
No.
It's a weed comedy from
Yeah.
Seth Rogen.
Really?
Yeah.
Not Seth Rogen.
Yes, I know, right? 877-602-9696, Pineapple Express, released on this day in 2008. And I believe we do have a contestant on the line. Is that correct, Katie?
We do. It's going to be Kyle.
All right, let's go to Kyle. Kyle is your contestant for Beat Gina. Hello, Kyle. How are you?
Hi guys, how are you doing?
All right.
Good.
Kyle, your chances of winning are increased if you win the coin toss, because that means you get to go first. Heads or tails, call it.
Tails.
Tails. All right, let's see what we got here. It is heads. I'm terribly sorry, Kyle. That means Gina goes first. She does have an advantage now. This first question is hers alone to answer. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, Kyle, you get a chance to answer it and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth and do that until somebody reaches 3 points, thank God. All right. Let's see. Here's your first question, Gina.
Yes.
What famous 80s band sang the theme song to the movie Pineapple Express?
Okay.
Is it A, Level 42, B, Kaja Gugu, C, Huey Lewis and the News, or D, the Blow Monkeys?
I don't think digging your scene was. Let's go.
Sorry.
Let's go with Huey Lewis in the News.
Wow. And you've never seen this movie,
No,
huh?
I have
Wow,
not.
that is
I
correct.
think that was a very educated guess. All right, it's 1-0 in favor of Gina, that super freak. And now, let's go to Kyle.
All right, Kyle. Which actor spent all day on set duct taped to a chair? Which actor? Was it A, Dylan McDermott, B, Dermot Mulroney, C, Craig Robinson, or D, Danny McBride?
D, Danny McBride.
Wow, very good, Kyle, very good.
Kyle's got a point. It's tied up. Gina controls the question.
Kyle's got a point.
Kyle, you have a point.
All right.
He has a point.
Gina, what does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie?
Okay.
What does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie? Was it A, a headband, B, a scarf, C, a MAGA hat, or D, a face mask?
On his head. Headband.
Headband is correct.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I told you it's easy trivia. Come on.
Not
It's 2-0. Gina leads, but now Kyle has a chance to tie the game.
All right, Kyle. Let's see here. Let's find a good, easy story. Okay. What kind of car does Red drive? What kind of car? Was it a Daewoo Luganza, B, a Daewoo Lanos, C, a Daewoo Thanos, or D, a Daewoo Spirocheat?
B.
B, a Daewoo Lanos? That is correct.
Yes.
It's 2-2. The game is knotted up in a tense game.
I'm
Gina,
so tense.
Gina controls the question. We'll wake her up and see if she can win the game.
All right. Gina,
Yeah.
what song are they rocking out to as Dale is serving subpoenas at the beginning of the movie? What song is
Okay.
playing as a series of subpoenas are being served? What song is
Okay.
it? Is it A, Donald Trump is the president? Donald Trump is the president. Is it A? Is it B, Butterfly Kisses? C, We Are Family? Or D, Electric Avenue?
Oh, I would love it to be Butterfly Kisses, but I'm going to say Electric Avenue.
Is Electric Avenue. Oh,
Because
my.
because there's nothing subtle about Pineapple Express.
No. No.
Well, Kyle,
Oh,
we're terribly
Kyle.
sorry. You've not won any prizes from us because you've been beaten by
No,
the kind of girl that you don't take home to mother.
Oh,
the kind
no.
of girl that is all right. That's all right with me. Yes, she's a super freak.
Now, Johnny, wouldn't a freaky thing for me to do would be to give a prize to someone that lost
Well,
to me? Wouldn't that be a freaky thing to do to
That
give
would be-
Kyle that Radio from Hell beer T-shirt?
that would be unprecedented.
It's never happened.
Kyle, you won the T-shirt and the tote bag. How about that?
Oh, perfect. That sounds great.
Well,
It is
Kyle,
perfect.
I think it's completely fitting and in keeping with the movie Pineapple Express that losers win.
Yes, we're rewarding people for their losing behavior. 6:23. Let's get this over with.
We'll go to your check-ins in just a second. 877-602-9696. That's the number you would call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd love to hear from you this morning. Just say, hey, what you're doing, anything you got on your mind, let us know. So let's officially begin the show. Is there a sponsor for that, Gina?
Brought to
No,
you by
apparently not. Apparently not. So let's just move on.
Aquaphor lip
Gina,
balm. It's very good lip balm.
We don't get a dime from Aquaphor lip balm.
We should, because then maybe I get some free Aquaphor. There you go.
Well, now you've just violated an FCC regulation. So
Aquaphor will never hear this.
the moon is 55.8% of full. It's in the third quarter. We're going to have a full moon not until the end of the month, March 28th. The moon will set today at 10:50 a.m. Today being, it's Friday, and it's the 5th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. 350 days now of doing the pandemic broadcasts from home. This is Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio. Kerry Jackson, me, Bill Allred, that person there, Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our wonderful producer. She's in the studio in downtown Salt Lake, and just Miriam helping out with the show today. It is Employee Appreciation Day, so let me just say right now how much I appreciate you employees. You, Kerry, Gina.
Are we
Katie,
appreciated?
I appreciate you because you're employees. And it's also Multiple Personality Day.
Well, I appreciate you guys, just so you know.
Thank you, Katie. No, it's not multiple. Okay, it is. I'm not sure if it's Multiple Personality Day or not.
No, it isn't. Yes, it is.
I
no,
think
it
maybe
isn't.
one. Wait a minute. Yeah, yes, it is. No, it isn't, Bill. Shut up. All right, check-ins, 877-602-9696.
Let's go to Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, great to be with you on the radio today. I haven't seen this movie that you're talking about. I've heard about it, but if the hours are less than an episode, or the episodes are less than an hour, it's a little disturbing because there is a lot about Mark Hoffman. I would recommend, if you really want to know the details, read the Salamander Letter, or the book. I think it's called Salamander by Linda Silito.
Yeah.
I think Mark Hoffman had a vendetta against the church, his family. There's a lot of skeletons about his mother's side of the family being polygamous. It's very detailed.
Yeah, it's there is a lot more. This is just sort of covering the sensational the sensationalism of the bombings and just how shocking that was and all of that. That's at least the parts that I've watched so far. But you're right, that Linda Silito book is really good.
Yeah, I'd like them to. I wish it would have been nice if Tyler and Jared would have gotten into the nitty-gritty detail. The book is a dry read. I'm not going to lie.
It
I still need to read it.
It may not have been up to them. It was a BBC paid-for production, and maybe the BBC only wanted 3 parts, and they said, "Do what you can in 3 parts."
Yeah, I don't know how have you watched all of it, Kerry?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Okay, so they don't go into
no,
and
it could be that they couldn't get the necessary people to talk about that kind of thing. You know, the people that they had were talking about the criminal case.
Yeah,
and
but
so
sir, you should. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. What is it?
Kevin.
Kevin, I think you ought to watch it and then let us know what you think. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, Steph says that book had her obsessed when she was in college. Also a text here, I represent Big Lip Balm, and I'm awaiting payment. Aquaphor has kids to feed.
Well, no, Aquaphor
They'd
should
have to
be
pay
paying
us.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I have kids to feed.
Oh, okay.
That's the way that works. You see Aquaphor, you see Big Lip Balm, we're mentioning you.
Big Lip Balm is confused as to how this works. I don't trust Big Lip Balm. Let's go to, who is it now, Katie? Who is it? Andrew. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Andrew. What's up with you today?
Hey, Bill. I'm just getting ready to get off work here. I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys for, Employee Appreciation Day. Terry, Bill, Gina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody does.
Glad someone does.
You're an employee, apparently. You're getting off work, Andrew. What do you do?
I do production work over in Clearfield.
Production
What do you
work
produce?
in Clearfield.
Kayaks, paddleboards.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So, I was afraid that you were doing something illegal and you didn't want to say.
Meth. We produce meth.
Yes. Oh, we got a meth house.
I'm sure you guys are familiar with Lifetime.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
All right.
They make basketball hoops and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you guys so much for what you do.
Thank you. The night shift is not easy, so thank you.
It's our pleasure. Thanks for checking in with us.
Thanks, Kate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see traffic, Gina, please.
Oh, yeah, let's check that out, why don't we?
Hey, why don't we? Big lip balm has to get to work.
One crash to tell you about. Westbound 45th South, 4th West in Murray. That is affecting the right lanes. And if you're part of Big Lip Balm or you see traffic that needs reporting on and it's safe for you to do that, you can always text us 33986.
All right. Coming up in the next break, we'll have Big Boy News and Opinio and we'll begin... Am I the boner? We'll read you an email from a listener, and you need to weigh in the break after that as to whether this person is a boner or not. And we know it's tough getting people's opinions. I know it's like
people
pulling
hate giving
teeth.
their opinions.
Exactly. So so listen carefully. We'll get to that coming up after these X96.
You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
A dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list?
Well,
I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
If you think your list is so tough, Gina, you go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster. Having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous. Try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2 health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amounts to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list. All natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
Oh, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed.
Oh.
You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It has everything you want.
You can order
there.
food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel is very exciting.
It's a 3 sandwich day.
No help. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. Wheat, it doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
oh man.
If you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, 6:36 right now. Coming up in a few moments. Am I the boner? But right now,
ask yourself.
Right now, Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by.
I can't do the lip balm again?
No, you can't.
No.
So, the big news yesterday, huge news here in the state of Utah. Utah will now offer COVID-19 vaccines for people over the age of 50.
Carrie, up top, me and you. Bam!
The state will also expand the criteria for people over the age of 16 with comorbidities, underlying. That's become a catchphrase. Everybody, comorbidities. Oh, yeah, I know. I've got a comorbidity.
We all know what that is.
It's underlying health conditions, including type 1 and type 2 diabetes, as well as those considered obese with a BMI of 30 or greater. That's body mass index. We have, at every turn, worked to speed up eligibility when possible, said Governor Cox. I'm pleased to announce today is that day. We are going to be able to vaccinate lots and lots of people. The governor urged those who will be eligible to receive vaccinations to wait until Monday, I think, to schedule appointments. Salt Lake
I'm going to
County.
have 2 computers going. One of them going where I'm trying to schedule, trying to buy a PlayStation 5, and the other one where I'm trying to schedule a vaccine.
Salt Lake, you might
going
try
at the
and
same
do it today. You might try and do it today.
You just said wait till Monday.
It says here, wait till Monday. I have heard.
Yeah, I've
that
heard
maybe,
people who have started already.
Yeah, that you maybe can do it already, but so it can't hurt to give it a shot today.
We do have Mayor Wilson coming up. We can talk with her about it.
So that's great news. Great news too is that Boris Johnson, he's the Prime Minister, of England. He's lost some weight. And you know how he did that?
How?
He cut out late night cheese.
That's
what he said. He said, I'm feeling much more energetic. I've lost some weight. And, the way I did it is, I've cut out late night cheese.
Is that a meal like, breakfast, lunch, tea time, dinner?
No, it's a Hobbit
late night
Gina.
cheese.
Yeah, in England.
It's a Hobbit thing. You wouldn't understand.
I've been doing a lot. In fact, everything I can do to lose weight and feel fitter and healthier. The result is I've actually lost some weight, quite a lot by my standards, and I feel more energetic. I feel full of beans. So he apparently hasn't cut out the late night beans. I thoroughly recommend dropping some weight, and the way I did it was cut out late night cheese. Okay, let's see. So good news on the vaccine front here in Utah. And also President Biden has said by the end of May, he believes that there will be enough vaccine in the country for everyone.
I want my kids. When can my kids get
16 years of age and older. Your kids, because they're doing studies still on kids 16 years and younger to see, if the vaccine is works well, or there's some thought that it might not be good for younger.
They might need a lower dose or something.
Yeah.
Utah reported 611 COVID-19 cases on Thursday and 12 additional deaths. With all of this going on, by the way, if you pay close attention, Angela Dunn, the state epidemiologist, Dr. Fauci, the Center for Disease Control, everybody's saying, please still maintain social distancing, wear a mask. If you want to go maskless, you can do that if you are in the company of people who are vaccinated. If you have been vaccinated and the other people you are with have been vaccinated, you're probably pretty safe in associating with them. As for sporting events, well, there is talk that they're going to, the Utah Jazz is going to allow side-by-side seating in the arena. But people should wear masks.
Sure.
Now, how they're going to police that, I don't know.
Good luck.
Because you're going to fill up the Delta Center, the whatever it is, Vivint. The Vivint Smart Home Arena. You're going to fill it up with people, and I would say that many of them, maybe even the majority of them, will be wearing masks. But there will be people who aren't going to do it. They don't want to, and they won't do it. So I don't know how you'll police that. Restaurants, they say they're probably more restaurants will be opening up, but you'll have to maintain some social distance inside of a restaurant if you're eating indoors, because you have to take your mask off to eat. So they'll still kind of keep the tables separate as possible. Here's a story for you about masks and the power of government. The Utah House of Representatives rejected an attempt to amend a bill about the governor's emergency powers that would have immediately lifted the statewide mask mandate. With some members shouting, "No, no!" they resisted Representative Phil Lyman's proposed substitution to Senate Bill 195. He wanted to include language that would have repealed the mandate imposed last year by then Governor Gary Herbert and continued under Governor Spencer Cox. Quote, It comes back to our constitutional rights to privacy and healthy people being treated like unhealthy people, said Representative Lyman, who apparently does not have a brain in his hugging head.
Yeah.
How after a year of being told by scientists and epidemiologists and doctors that it's not but either you're healthy or you're not. You can pass the virus if you feel fine. It's not just about your own personal body. You can affect other people's health. Phil, it's
Phil,
not.
Well, Phil would look at you in the eye and say fake news, and then
you know more than doctors, Phil.
Another
how much school?
Another representative in the chamber, Rex Schiff of Cedar City, stood up to give his backing to Phil Lyman, but House Republican leaders urged votes against it, arguing the bill was carefully crafted in negotiation between Governor Cox, the Senate, and Utah's Department of Health. The bill creates a better process, one that we can use and work together, said Val Peterson.
I love my favorite analogy with this is drunk driving. If I drunk drive, I can affect other people on the road. It's my body, but I can hurt other people. So you understand it in that instance, Phil Lyman. I'm sure you're not a fan of drunk driving.
So Gina, are you saying if you wear a mask, you can drunk drive? Is that what you're saying? Seems like to me that's what you're trying to say. LGBTQ students at BYU. You see pictures of this?
I saw this, yeah.
Beautiful. They lit up the Y in rainbow colors.
It looked lovely.
Bright bursts of blue and green and red light flashed Thursday night on the mountain that stands over Provo. An orange light would shine for a second and then extinguish, and then a purple would come up a few feet away. And then just a few minutes before 8 p.m., they seemed to catch fire. Dozens of little lights all ignited at once in a rows of colors on the Y on the mountain. Of course, the Y for Brigham Young University. The display was planned by a group of LGBTQ students at Brigham Young University, and while Bradley Talbot, a gay student who organized the event, said it wasn't a protest, it's not what we were intending here, he did acknowledge it was meant to send a message. Sure. We're here, he said, and we're part of this school, and we should have a place at the Y and a safe place at the Y.
Of course.
Governor Andrew Cuomo, not doing well, but he's apparently going to hang in there and not quit. One of his accusers was interviewed, and she said she believes that the governor was propositioning her for sex. She said the apology he issued was not a real apology. He didn't talk to me, she said. Her name is Charlotte Bennett. And she did an interview on CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell saying that Cuomo asked probing questions about her sex life and how she felt about having a relationship with an older man. I mean a fit older man, but, he was trying to sleep with you, O'Donnell said, and she said there was no doubt in what his comments were. But he says he's going to hang in and not quit. Tesla stock tumbled for some reason, 25% in a month, probably because competition, that is some other big car makers announcing, well, we're going to go all electric.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably what part of the problem is. And it may have something to do with Elon Musk being crazy as well. I don't know.
He's a jerk, yeah.
And finally this. The Reese's Peanut Butter Cup that we talked about yesterday, I think, which they're doing just a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup that's just all peanut butter.
I'm again it.
So apparently what it is, it's a, like there's the chocolate shell now, and then inside there's the granular kind of peanut butter. This is going to be a shell of peanut butter, and inside that same kind of granular peanut butter inside. People who've tried it have said, nope.
You gotta have the chocolate. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
Not good.
And that peanut butter that's inside Reese's peanut butter cups is hardly peanut butter.
Yeah,
it's a peanut butter-like substance.
Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of granular.
It's
and-
mostly sugar. It's
Yeah,
mostly
yeah.
sugar.
But, somebody said, I couldn't even finish one. It's too much.
Yeah, I don't want
It's
it.
just too much.
Yeah, I
right.
don't. I mean, I'll try it, but I doubt I'll make it a mainstay.
Do you have candy that's a mainstay? A mainstay?
Oh,
candy?
yeah,
He's
we
in
got
peanut M&Ms now. That's his thing.
Well, we got a bag of like not even fun size. They're like half the size of a fun size. They're like a bite size of a variety of different ones that we have just in case.
Yeah, whenever I go to XL Automotive Repair, they have a candy dish there. And so I always rifle through the candy dish to get all the little tiny candy
And these
bars.
little half of the fun size ones, it's just the right amount. It's just the perfect amount. That's all you need.
Yeah, I know. It's a perfect amount when you eat 5 or 6 of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, I don't know if you're making LeBron James a boner or not, Bill.
LeBron?
He should be a boner.
What did he do?
Well, so you remember in dodgeball when the whole class comes out and you're picking teams for dodgeball, and you never wanted to be the last one picked for your team.
So you got a dodgeball team?
So
LeBron
for
James?
the All-Star game, you've got Kevin Durant, who's the captain of one team, and LeBron James, who's captain of the other team. And the two last people picked for those teams were Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, the two Jazz players standing there last picked. And LeBron James said this about it. Well, this is no slander to the Jazz. It's just like in video games growing up, you never played with Utah. You know, you could pick your teams when you're playing the video. Nobody ever played with Utah.
No.
Even when Karl Malone and John Stockton were there, you never picked them. But he said this is not a slam on Utah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, we're better at dodgeball than those guys.
We get no respect. Weather, it's going to be really warm this weekend. 63 for a high today. Tomorrow, we could get up to 70 degrees. Are you kidding me?
Weather brought to you by Scott Hale. The spring thaw means great deals. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Traffic, I only have one accident to tell you about. It's a crash westbound 45th South, 4th West in Murray. The right lanes are closed. And let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything there. Nope, but if you do see something and it's safe for you to text it in, 33986.
All right. It is now time for a new feature, which we will be right up front and tell you. Yeah, we're ripping off a feature.
Yeah. This is called Am I the Boner? And I just saw one in the news yesterday about a dad who decided to play golf instead of go to his daughter's birthday party.
Aww.
And then then they said, well,
They opened it up to people.
you open it up. Are you the boner? Am I a boner for doing that? Probably.
Yeah.
But
I would think overwhelmingly they would say.
Yeah, I don't even need to hear the rest of the story.
Yeah.
So we've had people sending us email. So you can send it to radiofromhell@x96.com, and you can then ask, am I the boner in this situation? And do you want me to do the one now that I have?
Sure, let's do it. And then
Okay.
we'll open up the phones and the texts and let you decide if this person is a boner.
It says here, I guess the question is if my dad is the boner.
Okay.
In late October, my dad was at a gas station in Utah County.
Okay.
Since the COVID guidelines had recently changed, masks were required in Utah County. Any county with high transmission was required to wear a mask. My dad proceeded to the cashier to check out, and I'm sure with 2 cans of Red Bull that he definitely doesn't need. And the cashier was not wearing a mask. Mm-hmm. And so my dad said, "Aren't you supposed to be wearing a mask?" And she said, "It's my constitutional right not to wear a mask." My dad, who is definitely not a smoker, then asked for a lighter and a pack of cigarettes. He takes out a cigarette and, with his mask on, lights the cigarette up.
Nice.
She cannot believe what she is seeing.
Yay.
"You can't smoke in here," she said. My dad responded, "It's my constitutional right."
I love your dad.
He then walked around the store, making a scene, puffing on his cigarette, and then he left. Later that night, he received a call from the sheriff's office
Oh, come on.
telling him he was no longer allowed at that gas station. I just want to see what you think. Don't use my name. My dad has embarrassed me enough already. Thanks for letting me listen. Is my dad a boner?
No, your dad's great. I love your dad.
I don't know. Walking around smoking inside of the store is
Doesn't
not a
hurt
good
any.
thing.
That's it. It's my choice to smoke. I'm only hurting myself. No, you're not. You're blowing. He's making an excellent point. I like it. I mean, I
trying to
wouldn't do
decide.
it, but
I'm trying to decide because I can see where Bill's going with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's by doing something that's detrimental to other people to make a point. Is that really a wise thing to do, or is the dad a boner? I could argue that he is he is a boner because he's doing something that's detrimental to other people.
And you see, that's why we have this feature. Am I the boner? So that's the question that we need to ask you. You could argue both sides on this one. So
when I was your age, I pulled a few boners.
There you go. It is your chance to weigh in, 877-602-9696. We'd prefer your phone calls, but texts will work as well, 33986.
Now, the person who sent us that claims that story is true, and at the request of the sender, names have been changed or simply omitted. Out of respect for the dead, the rest has been told exactly as it occurred, we think. Okay?
Exactly. Right. There you go.
877-602-9696. Is his dad the boner?
Yeah, call in now. Who's the boner? And then we'll get to our actual round one of boners along with Big Boy News coming up in the next hour. Stand by for all of that. KXRK Provo.
we have yet to talk about Wonder Woman 1984.
All right. Now, before we go further,
okay.
Bill, did you see it?
No.
Okay.
And I don't think I really care to see it.
Okay.
I didn't see the first one either, and I'm sorry.
It's good. You should see that one.
Why do you always do that? I say I didn't see the first. You didn't? What did I just say? I didn't see it.
The first one was great up
I heard
until
it was very good.
The climactic battle at the end, and then it had some ending problems. But other than that, it was terrific. So the second one, you go to the trouble to place it in 1984. I'm expecting a great soundtrack.
Yes.
Because the trailer, we had Blue Monday from New Order.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, this is just a hint of things to come. We're going to get a whole lot of great late 70s, early 80s songs. No.
None.
We got one.
A Frankie Goes to Hollywood song is in.
And it was Welcome to the Pleasure Dome, I believe.
But that's it. Is it a money thing? They didn't want to pay rights for.
Well, they didn't put that was the only song in it, or
it was the only 80s song in it. There was a scene where they were all going to this fancy ball, and Gal Gadot strides in this white gown, and she's just looking amazing. And it's Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Welcome to the Pleasure Dome is playing, and that's the only 80s tune that I think we got.
What were there other songs from other eras?
Well, I mean, Hans Zimmer did the soundtrack, so
that was your traditional movie soundtrack stuff. But I mean, songs of the era. That was it.
Oh, by the way, Mark O'Toole, it was his birthday. He wrote Two Tribes.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Along with Holly Johnson and Peter Gill.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been very excited about Wonder Woman 84 in our house because we all loved the first one so much, and I told the story yesterday, like, oh, should we watch it on Christmas? And Jonesy's like, no, we got to watch a Christmas movie. Little did we know there's the Christmas element to Wonder Woman 1984, but so we watched it on New Year's Eve, and I had to fight to stay awake through it.
I heard it was a mistake. So it's no secret that Chris Pine is in it, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I heard people talking about it. See, I didn't see the first one, so I didn't know that something happened to him in the first one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, as great as Chris Pine is, and it was probably a mistake to bring him back, for one thing.
Well, no, I think that was the least of the problems of this movie. It's boring. The best part of the movie was the opening sequence when they're, when Wonder Woman's the little girl and they're having, Amazon games and they're riding horses and shooting arrows and we're like, oh, this is
I saw that preview, yeah.
That was the best part. Carrie, do you agree that?
No, and they released that. They let you watch the first minute and a half of the movie, and it got your hopes up. And then there's a sequence right after that takes place in a mall that I actually quite enjoyed, because it was it was channeling Richard Donner's original Superman movie, where it was Superman's first night out, and he goes out and solves several crimes, and he encounters goofy criminals, who are stupid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I went, okay, they're channeling Richard Donner. I can see that now. Okay, but then it took a direction.
It was just
took a different direction.
The storyline was stupid, and they could have, with that theme, just Wonder Woman 1984. That could have been a really fun, cool movie, and it just wasn't.
Well, that's too bad. I mean,
Now, not this week's episode, but last week's episode of Geek Show, at the very end of the episode, we take a half-hour deep dive into it. And I decided, since everyone else was piling onto the movie, that I would defend. I couldn't defend all of it, but I would defend what I could defend in the movie.
Which was
so well, you have to listen to the episode, or I'll just tell you off the air. Because I'm still hesitant to talk about it a lot because of spoilers.
Well, how was Linda Carter? Was she good anyway?
She was good in it, yeah.
She was good.
Linda Carter as Wonder Woman, she was great.
So here's the one defense I will have. I love Gal Gadot.
Mm-hmm.
She's great.
Who is she in it?
She's perfectly cast as that person, and she's gorgeous.
And her boyfriend Lyle Wagner,
she's gorgeous, and she's great with the action scenes, and so she is wonderful. So that's my one positive.
I've got a bunch more on the positive side.
Okay,
but,
okay.
It was okay, not great. That's my review.
Deborah Winger, was she? How was she?
It's my job to take the blame for every boner the big guy makes, and the big guy makes a lot of boners. So I'm Boner Central. I handle between 30 and 40 boners a week. I'm up to my ass right now on boners. Let me just rephrase that. Right now, I'm sitting on a ton of boners.
All right. It's our new ripped-off feature, Am I the Boner?
Am I the Boner? Yes, indeed. I'll just remind you, by the way, of what this one is. It's the story of a guy sent us about his father who was at a convenience store somewhere in central Utah. The cashier, was not wearing a mask. This was back in October. He said, shouldn't you be wearing a mask? And she said, it's my constitutional right. I don't have to wear a mask. So the dad, who is not a smoker, bought a pack of cigarettes and a lighter and proceeded to light up a cigarette and walk through the store smoking, saying, And she said, you can't do that. And he said, well, it's my constitutional right.
I'm not hurting anybody. I'm the one that's smoking. How does that affect you at all? Wait a minute. It does.
Is he the boner or not? Is he the boner? Well, 877. You've made your notion on this clear, Gina. Let's see what callers think. 877-602-9696.
We have lines open there, so call in. Allie, let's begin with Allie.
Good morning, Allie.
Good morning.
Allie, what do you think? Is the dad the boner?
I do think the dad's the boner, but only because making a bigger scene doesn't really make you a better person. I agree with his point as far as that girl probably should have been wearing a mask, especially considering that it was mandated and everything that we've learned about that. But making a bigger scene and affecting others around you like that, just to prove your point, isn't really his job. I don't know. I think that he's a boner, even though his point's correct. That's just not how you do that.
Allie, that was very, very well stated. Thank you very much.
Interesting take.
I'll always pull a few boners now and then.
All right. Let's go to Brittany. 877-602-9696. We got some lines open. Brittany, what say you?
Good morning.
Hi. What do you think?
I don't think he's a boner.
Okay.
And what's your reasoning?
First, I'm petty. B, I have severe asthma. And if I can wear a mask all day, every day, no matter where I go, you can too. Yeah, granted, he shouldn't have done it the way that he did, but I still don't feel that he's wrong. I don't know. I died from an asthma attack. I can wear a mask. You can too. It's not taking away your constitutional right. You refusing to wear a mask and putting me at continual risk, that's a boner.
Brittany, with your severe asthma, if you had been in that convenience store and he was walking around blowing smoke, maybe your tune would be different, wouldn't it?
No, I'm a former smoker, so
all right.
My asthma isn't triggered by smoking.
Okay.
It was just a better idea for me to heal my lungs and do the best I could with smoking.
All right. Thank you, Brittany.
All right, Brittany. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Have a good day.
All right.
Boners.
877-602-9696 if you have a mind to weigh in on the telephone. Got a lot of texts about this, of course. I would like to buy the dad a Red Bull.
Apparently that's his drink of choice.
Here's another text. Someone who doesn't believe that the story even happened. Not the point. Thank you. No, he's not a boner. I felt that way about smoking for years.
Shasta in New York. I'm with Gina. He's not a boner. I think he's a badass.
Let's see. He's a boner for sure, but a freaking awesome boner. So, again, it's that, he went about it the wrong way kind of thing. He's not a boner. He likely wasn't in the store long enough to do much harm to anyone with the cigarette smoke.
Someone else says, no, he's not a boner. It's called good trouble. He made a point and it was excellent.
Interesting.
Well, I think it's interesting that in the letter we received, and by the way, you can send in your stories of personal. Am I the boner for doing this or not? To radiofromhell@x96.com, and the sender of this particular story said right at the end, "My dad has embarrassed me enough already." So that's why I don't want you to use my name. He sounds like the sort of person who embarrasses people routinely.
Okay. Well, let's go to Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Let's see what Chris has to say. Go ahead.
How you doing?
Good.
Hi.
This is the king of the buttheads, Chris.
Oh, king of the buttheads.
Long time listener.
Yes, thank
you. How you guys doing?
Good, fine, thanks.
So my take on it is basically, can you do a split boner, because they're both boners in my, it's a little extreme on both ends.
Yeah.
I hate wearing a mask, but if I'm in my office and somebody walks up, I put my mask on.
Yeah.
If nobody's around, I take it off. But it's almost a respect thing now. But to grab a bunch of cigarettes and fire it up in the store, that's a little extreme. So really, they're both on the wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you, Chris. Nice to hear from you.
Thank you, King of the Buttheads.
Nice to hear from you guys.
And call in under your check-in name from now on.
I should.
Chris,
my
you
my
could be
bad.
anybody. You could be any Chris.
Yeah,
There's so many Chris's, but there's only
True.
one.
There's only one King of the Buttheads out there. So
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
that's
right.
since 1987. So
Wow. All right. Thanks.
Okay.
More text. He's not the boner because if everyone was wearing a mask like they should have been, they would have at least some protection from the smoke. Also, smoking is gradual where COVID can kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Ray.
Hey, Ray.
Hi, Ray.
Hey.
Hey, go ahead,
Ray.
See a boner?
Hey, no, he's not, because he was wearing a mask when he was smoking the cigarette.
That's double filtration.
Which really seems like maybe he's not a boner, but he's a dumbass, I guess.
No, I like it. It's a great visual.
All right.
Yeah, it's a double filtration thing.
All right,
That's true,
thanks,
Ray.
Ray.
All right, thank
Thanks,
you.
Ray.
Let's see, more text. Dad is not a boner. The man's a genius and deserves a standing ovation. From Jess. Let's see. He's not a boner. I also had a similar experience in Utah County getting fuel. Not only was the cashier not wearing a mask, but no safety screen either. It didn't cross my mind to light up, and I honestly wouldn't have if it had. However, if I'd seen this happen, I would have totally cheered for him.
Here's one. The idiot store owner is the boner. They shouldn't allow their employees to not respect customers as they should by a state mandate. That's also a good point.
Our attorney at Brass, since we do have the contact information for this person, wants to know, does this guy need a lawyer for the citation he got for smoking indoors?
Well, let us know.
That'll help you get out of it.
Let us know.
Not a boner. Anti-maskers can't be reasoned with through words. Maybe actions are the only way to get the point across. Oh, that's interesting.
Ooh, I like this one. Is it wrong to break and enter to save your neighbor from a house fire? Sometimes you have to do a wrong thing to do the right thing. Huh? I like that.
That's interesting. Let's see. He's a boner with a cause. I like that one right there. He's a boner with a cause.
Or
Yes,
here's a new title for the feature. Boner or badass?
And Jerome in the chat room, people still go inside gas stations?
Apparently.
Well, if you need a Red Bull or two, you got to go
Well,
inside.
yeah, apparently you needed a couple of Red Bulls. They just don't bring those out to you, you know.
Hello, boner speaking.
All right.
Well, if you want to send us a story like that, please do. Just put Am I the Boner? Radio from Hell at x96.com. And remember, we will keep everything confidential. We will change names or simply omit names, but we want your truth to be told.
All right, there you go. Am I the Boner? The new feature that we have ripped off from the internet just for you here on the Radio from Hell program. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, we're good. Looking at the UDOT website, and we have green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front, which means there is no slowage, no accidents, no things in the road. Maybe you see something in the road. Animals, mattresses, debris of some sort that needs to be reported. If it's safe for you to do that, please send it in to us via text at 33986.
Boners round one coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number one. Do boys get sent home because they're too distracting? Number two, hey, Salt Lake County, you elected him. Boner candidate number three, here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry.
All right, round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Coming up later in the hour, we got best question of the week. Oh, hey, if you have one for us, email us right now. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Send that in, and we might answer it at 7:45. Also, have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy coming up at 8 o'clock. And your boners and news and all of that stuff. Stand by. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Scott Hale, in this month of March, has got some really interesting deals for you. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
It's important to keep your furnace maintained. I mean, that's very important. And Scott Hale will remind you to keep your filters changed. I got to change the filter on mine here as soon as possible.
Yeah, and right now you can get your furnace tuned up for $30 from Scott Hale. And anytime there's any problem with your furnace, I would recommend you give them a call. 801-264-HALE. That's 801-264-HALE. And they come in. They're very careful about how they come into your house. And in terms of COVID precautions, and they do a great job. So, Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air, 801-264-HALE or 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it... that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies
say,
herbalist.
According to this midwife
and
herbalist.
A study could be, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally I could just feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't possibly
amazing.
Be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
and
talking.
And they kept the cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges... What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. It's 7:19 right now, and a couple of things before we get to boners. You can watch us at x96.com/live. We're broadcasting from our homes. We have cameras and microphones and everything set up in our homes, so you can see us. Hi. And there's Katie in the main studio, making sure everything goes. And thanks to Miriam, pulling double duty inside the producer's booth. Thank you very much. And another thing is that BYU... You remember we talked about the Y being lit up with rainbow.
Yeah.
Yes.
BYU, on their official Twitter account, issuing a statement about that, saying BYU did not authorize the lighting of the Y.
Just, you don't want to get the wrong idea
Yeah.
that we actually like having gay students
Yeah.
on campus.
And that's the big question, and Terrence pointed out to me. So why did they feel that was necessary to put that out? There was no vandalism involved because everybody holding the lights, they were standing by the Y, and you can go up there. You can go up there and do that.
Yeah.
And so everyone was standing holding flashlights to make it light up. So
Didn't hurt anything.
They wanted to make it clear that the BYU administration has nothing to do with gay students. They don't.
Yeah.
I don't want you to think they're liberal.
Exactly, and I'm like, why put that out other than for that reason?
Yeah.
Okay.
And why is that a liberal thing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Isn't it
That's
I would
a
argue
human being thing.
There are no gay conservatives.
I would
no
argue
gay
liberal
conservatives.
thing.
I would
That's
argue
just
it's
people.
a Jesus thing, isn't it? The head of your fan club said love everybody, right?
I don't.
It's just people. It's not a
Doesn't it
liberal
say
thing.
somewhere except for homosexuals? Doesn't it say that somewhere?
I take exception with calling it a liberal thing. It's just human beings.
You tell me one gay conservative. Come on.
There are some.
There are.
Sure.
I can't recall their name right now.
You know, I'm
No, but
kidding.
that makes
There are
it sound like it makes it sound like if you can only be gay if you're a liberal. No, it's just you can only have brown eyes if you're a liberal. It's the same thing.
The strangest thing is the log cabin Republicans. I don't get it, but there they are.
I don't think eye color has anything to do with sexual orientation.
Well,
at all.
That's not what I was told growing up because I have green eyes.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
All right, let's get to boners round one. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here secures this candidate a spot in Boner Dome. It gets a chance to be boner of the day. Round 2 at 8:20, 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll do this again. Get a winner there as well. Send them both to Boner Fight. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning, and then after that, Dave Mattson will decide, Dave the Flower Guy, in case you're wondering, will decide who is Boner of the Week, just by his Socratic command. So let's get a champion for round 1 right now. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. And once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
I Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt, which you will be able to pick up starting on Monday. Between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., you can come down to 50 West Broadway. There's going to be a number on the front door. You'll call that number and say, "I'd like to come up and get my Boner T-shirt, please," and you can pick it up.
That's just between 9 and 10. At 10 o'clock, then you don't have to call the number. You can just show up.
Yeah, you can just
Between
show up.
9 and noon. The office will close at noon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at 10 o'clock, you don't have to call. You can just...
Right.
So boner candidate number 1, do boys get sent home if they're too distracting? That's the question that's being asked. A female student, 17-year-old Karis Wilson, showed up at school dressed in a white turtleneck and a knee-length black dress.
Okay.
It looks, it's just a dress, I guess. It's all what it looks like to me. So she's wearing the turtleneck with the dress over the top, and according to her father, Christopher Wilson, Karis's teacher called her out in front of the class and said, "You're going to have to go to the principal's office because your outfit is not appropriate." The teacher said, "It makes me feel uncomfortable, and it makes my male counterpart teacher here feel very uncomfortable, what you're wearing." Angered by what happened, Chris, with the permission of his daughter, took to Facebook. He did so in the hopes that it would affect some change. He posted live videos to his Facebook page with the following statement explaining what had happened. "Today my daughter was sent home for wearing clothing that made her female teacher and her male student teacher feel uncomfortable. Centered out in front of her class, she was told she needed to leave class, and that brought her to the vice principal's office before she went home in tears. After asking how she would like me to handle this, she said she wanted to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen to the students that come after her. Please stand with Karis and I and make sure that those involved are held accountable, that this never happens again." And he said, "It's unacceptable. We shouldn't be treating kids like this, particularly females. We shouldn't be telling them that they can't dress a certain way. It's absurd. Are boys sent home because of dressing in ways that make the teachers feel uncomfortable?"
She was wearing a turtleneck and a dress over the turtleneck. That doesn't, I haven't seen it. I don't know what it looks like.
We had the picture over there at x96.com/live. There was a picture of it, and there's nothing.
Nothing. She's certainly covered up.
Okay, and here maybe this is a time for a great time to teach the kids about not being distracted, or about how you have a responsibility to pay attention in class, and you also have a responsibility to not glare.
Yeah. So, boner candidate number 1: do boys get sent home when they're being distracting? There's boner candidate number 2. Hey, Salt Lake County, you elected him. Salt Lake County Council member David Alvord posted a politically charged screed to his Facebook Wednesday, claiming that the left won't be happy until, among other things, we all have light brown skin exactly alike, and until we are all bisexual and in non-committed relationships. He went on to say that the left's goal was to reach a point where there are no males and no females. We have no children, and we simply have new humans arrive in labs and immediately be put into school for collectivism and indoctrination.
Yeah,
He's been infiltrating our meetings. These are the private things we talk about in the meetings that aren't supposed to get out.
Alvord, a Republican elected to represent District 2 in November, took down his post shortly after the Salt Lake Tribune contacted him for comment.
Yeah.
And he has apologized for his post. "I could have been a little more diplomatic," he said. "What I wanted to challenge is to really consider the end game of the far left. What mission is accomplished?"
The end game is just for us all to be treated equally.
Again,
That's the
it's
end game.
this conservative thinking that there's one thing or the other. There's no in between. It's that's what the left wants, is all of us to be grown in labs. No.
Well, boner candidate number 2. Hey, Salt Lake County District 2, apparently. You elected him.
Let's remember him come election time.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Well, Rudy Giuliani's daughter, Caroline Rose Giuliani, has opened up in Vanity Fair magazine about her love of threesomes.
What?
Saying three-way sex has made her a better person.
Well.
In a piece for Vanity Fair titled, A Unicorn's Tale, Three-Way Sex with Couples Has Made Me a Better Person, His Honor's daughter, Carolyn Rose, openly discusses her sexual escapades with other couples. There are things here that I can't repeat on the radio. Caroline is 32 years old. She is the daughter of Rudy Giuliani and Donna Hanover. She writes, I had known sometime that I was at least bisexual, but had barely explored that side of my sexuality. I knew I wanted to experience new dynamics. After signing up for a dating site called for unicorns, women who agree to have sex with couples, Caroline writes, one woman I chatted with mentioned she was looking for someone to dominate her but be submissive to her boyfriend. I could fit that bill, she said.
Why does this have to be discussed?
I have no idea.
I mean, it's fine if that's what she wants to. Why is this an article in Vanity Fair? I mean, good for her, but why do we need to do an in-depth on Rudy Giuliani's daughter and her sexual preferences? I don't.
Well, she wanted to make sure that everybody knew.
Okay.
So now we do.
All right.
And way to go, Carolyn.
Okay, whatever. But all right.
I don't know what Rudy thinks about it. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, well, she's trying to embarrass her dad. That's what she thinks she's doing.
She's already a rebel in the Giuliani clan. It says here, having said that despite her father's role as an attorney for Donald Trump, she would vote for President Biden, which apparently she did. It says here, Rudy was not immediately available for comment. He was trying to fix his tie, and he was lying down on the bed trying to fix his tie and tuck in his shirt.
He was trying to tuck in his shirt.
So one and done. That's why people are apparently very eager for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and it is available here in Utah now as well. Johnson & Johnson revealed data showing that its vaccine, while highly protective, had a slightly lower efficacy rate than the first shot produced by Moderna and Pfizer. But health officials have said this vaccine, this one-shot vaccine, is perfectly fine. During the early days of its rollout, some people were eager to get it because they wanted the convenience of a single shot. Public health officials are enthusiastic about how much faster they can get a single shot distributed. And you think about it, there's less kind of bureaucracy involved in it, so that fewer mistakes and things like that. You can just, whoop, there's your shot. See ya. Come back next year for another one. But it's a great thing, and the Johnson & Johnson shot is now being distributed to rural parts of Utah. San Diego Zoo has vaccinated their great apes against COVID-19.
Are they wearing masks and socially distancing? I hope so.
Well, they don't have to now. Excuse me. This is the first time that apes have been immunized against the coronavirus. 9 great apes at the San Diego Zoo are the first non-human primates to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. 4 orangutans and 5 bonobos have been vaccinated so far. The zoo plans to immunize another 3 bonobos and a gorilla soon.
Do they get a sucker after they get their shot? If they're very good and hold still?
There is a picture, Gina, of an orangutan chewing on a stick. So,
okay.
So, like here, a human would want a dum-dum. A gorilla wants a stick. Or an orangutan wants a stick. Yeah. Chew on a stick.
How many licks does it take to get to the inside of a Tootsie Pop, Cornelius, in the Forbidden Zone?
Police have arrested a juvenile male in connection with the fatal shooting of a convenience store owner in Ogden. This person is so young that they're not revealing the name of the person. The juvenile is the same person that was detained on Tuesday and now has been charged with aggravated murder and aggravated robbery. 65-year-old Satnam Singh was shot and killed in his grocery at 675 North Monroe Boulevard. He owned that store, and they're not talking anything about a motive or anything like that yet, whether it was just robbery or what it was. Utah anti-porn bill that would require new cell phones and tablets sold in Utah to come with activated pornography filters. One final approval in the state legislature.
You're never going to be able to enforce this, ever.
Although some lawmakers argued the proposal is unworkable and could raise constitutionality concerns.
Yes. Waste of time and money.
Even proponents of the measure, House Bill 72, conceded that the bill is not perfect. But one supporter pointed out that the legislation won't take effect until 5 other states pass a similar law, which means Utah will probably have plenty of time to refine the proposal.
It's a waste of time.
It gives us years, most likely, to iron out all the problems, if there are problems, said Todd Weiler. This is the only reason that anything gets passed like this, as so the legislature can say, see, we're against pornography.
Yeah, your device already comes with a filter that you can turn on. It's already there.
So
what if people give their kids a phone and don't turn it on? That's their fault. It's not the state's job to make sure that happens.
Also, here's my question. Okay, this is sounding an awful lot like a liquor analogy now. So you're going to discourage me from buying locally because it'll have to be activated that way. I'll just order from out of state. I'll order and mail it to me without this problem. You're hurting local businesses.
No, you can't.
How about that?
You could put that restrict because they can't mail you liquor. They can't mail you liquor, so
you're going to put it on, Circuit City or whatever, to police that?
No, it's never going to go anywhere.
Their distribution center in Arizona is going to have to police that? No.
It's never going to go anywhere.
If Cox has any brains at all, he'll just toss this thing aside and say, no, folks,
Let's see. Animal Services give an update on the dog that was set on fire. The dog is in bad shape, very bad shape.
Yeah.
And they say they're not sure that she's going to make it. Not sure she's going to pull through. If she does, very likely she already has no ears.
She won't be the same. Yeah.
And eyelids are badly damaged, and
God.
You have to do reconstructive surgery to provide the dog eyelids, and but apparently they will do that. If
really?
They're trying to they're trying to make sure this animal pulls through.
Lock that guy up and throw away the key.
Yep.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Oh, let's see. So warm today and this weekend. High of 63 and sunny today. Then it's going to be breezy and, my goodness, could get up to almost 70 degrees on Saturday. Another warm day, sunny. Now, we're not totally in the 60s forever. Now we'll go back down into the 50s and 40s next week. But beautiful weekend we have planned for you. We've sat down and made extensive plans, so you have a beautiful weekend. Hill Air Force Base Southgate, only 2 out of the 4 lanes are open. Traffic is entering in all directions is delayed. That comes to us from a friend of the program via text at 33986. Somebody else sent in a text about, let's see, it was 45th South, I believe. Rollover accident there that has a couple lanes locked. We also have stalled vehicle northbound US 89. This is in Farmington at milepost 397. That's affecting the left lane. Crash southbound I-15 at Main Street in Payson. That is also off to the left shoulder. And yeah, 45th South, 4th West in Murray. That's where the rollover accident happened. And thank you to the friend of the program that sent that in via text at 33986. Now through April 4th, save up to $100 instantly on select sets of 4 Nitto, Pirelli, or Toyo brand tires with installation purchase. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Boner candidate number 3. Here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry. An assignment at a Texas school, Shallow Water Independent School in Texas, has instructed girls to, quote, dress in a feminine manner to please the men in their lives, and to, quote, obey any reasonable request that a man might make of them.
Whoa!
The high school assignment on medieval chivalry was removed by Shallow Water Independent School District after criticism from parents in the Lubbock area. The assignment has been reviewed, and despite its historical context, it does not reflect our district and our community values, said the Shallow Water School District. The matter has been addressed with the teacher who did the assignment, and the assignment has been removed from the classroom.
All ladies deemed worthy of the honor by gentlemen will receive 10 points for every signature at the end of the day. So they had to go around to boys and get their approval. This also says fathers and other adult males may insist on following the rules into the evening and may report back to the judges. So you go home and your dad and your brothers could keep this going, so you can get more points.
Here's some more rules and instructions. Ladies must address all men respectfully by title and with a lowered head and a curtsy. Ladies must never criticize a man. Ladies must cook, preferably not buy, something for their gentlemen. Ladies must walk behind men or walk daintily, as if their feet were bound. Outside the classroom, ladies cannot show intellectual superiority.
What?
If it would offend the men around them.
Quickly.
Ladies should clean up after the men. Now,
is this Saudi Arabia? Are we?
No, the reason the teacher's trying to make a point about this is how things were done in medieval times. But you can just teach them that and talk about it. You don't have to make them do it.
Exactly.
The teacher was trying to say, here's what the medieval code of chivalry was like.
You can just tell us about it.
You can just say it. You don't
fine.
have to say. Boner candidate number 3. Here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry.
Jesus. All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. So do boys get sent home if they're too distracting? Why was this young girl sent home anyway? I mean, she was completely covered, but something about it was just a little too disturbing for her male student teacher and her regular teacher. Boner candidate number 2. Hey, Salt Lake County District 2, you elected Mr. Alvord, David Alvord, who says the equality movement is going to ruin life for everybody, and the left wants to turn us all into, no babies, no misters, no misses. We're going to just all be one sex one day. That's what the left wants,
Yeah, and we're planning on that for next year.
And Boner candidate number 3, here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry.
All right. Here we go. You've got to decide. It's tough today. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. I'm glad I'm not voting. Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day? Yes, you have the hard job. Winning here in this round sends the candidate forward to Boner Dome, and it gets a chance to be Boner of the Day. We'll do this again at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Take that winner and put that one against this winner. 9:20 this morning is when you decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. Right now, let's send a champion forward from this very difficult round 1. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. and put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Computer counts it. Or you can call Miriam in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting March 5, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round one. Difficult choice. All right. Strong Volkswagen.
Ah, yeah, strong Volkswagen. Listen, if you want a Volkswagen, and you know you do, I suggest you go to Strong. You can go to the dealership in downtown Salt Lake at 1070 South Main, but really, it's possible for you to shop for and purchase and just do almost everything online at strongvw.com. If you buy from Strong and you find the same car for a better price anywhere else, bring in the receipt, and Strong Volkswagen will cut you a check for the difference. That's pretty sweet. And remember, if you need a better car, go to Strong Volkswagen, strongvw.com. They have great used cars, Volkswagens, of course, but a lot of other different models if you're in the market for a used car. StrongVW.com. Tell them I sent you, and check out the lifetime warranty they have on all new and I believe also used cars. StrongVW.com. Strong.
The music starts at 10.
Dear Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30, and I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions, and for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, one of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about. I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s. So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up. But millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault is for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. There's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So
80 to late 90s. All right.
Yeah. Let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay. But so then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different. So there are different ones, but generally millennials are between 1980 to 2000
to late 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right, millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think of anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say. It's time to award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a delicious harvest salad is what it's called.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
Boner candidate number one. Do boys get sent home if they're too distracting in what they're wearing? I'm not. This was pretty discriminatory and ridiculous, the way they treated this young girl. Boner candidate number two. Hey, Salt Lake County, you elected him. District 2 council member David Alford, who posted on Facebook and then later took it down and kind of apologized, but saying the left wants to make sure that there are no males and no females, that we have no children, that we just have humans arrive in labs and we're all the same color and no sex, and I don't know. It's kind of wacky.
Yeah.
And boner candidate number three, here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry. Well, at least in this one class, as an object lesson, they were trying to get the girls to behave as though they were women in medieval times and operating under the code of chivalry, which...
Now, you've picked two boners in the same round that are similar. It's discriminatory against girls in school boners. So I'm curious which one people thought was the worst offense.
There was no doubt. Number three.
Yep.
Here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry. Number number one, the girl who was sent home for her dress, came in a very distant third.
Really?
Yeah,
I was rooting for number 2 myself.
And they both got well over 100 votes, number 2 and number 3. So.
Okay, all right. Okay, there's your winner of round 1. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We'll do it again with 3 more candidates. Get a winner there as well. We'll take both of the winners and put them against each other at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. All right? Is this sponsored, Gina?
You know, my lips are very moisturized this morning because of...
So no. No.
You know, Gina, they put that in when you sign up for a... Well, your sister would know this. When you sign up for a run, you like a...
Oh, like
5K or
marathon
6K.
or a 5K.
Yeah, they give you a lip balm?
They give you that, but it's not for your lips.
Oh.
Ask
This
your
sounds
sister.
like the music for best question of the week.
It
What is the best question of the week? It's where you send us questions. It can be about anything.
Anything?
And if we pick your question, we read it and answer it on Fridays. RadioFromHell@x96.com is the email address. Katie, what is our question this week?
All right. This one comes from Tim. It says, if you were living through WandaVision, creating an alternative reality with some of your favorite TV shows, and they list hers, which ones would you all choose and why? And would you cast your fellow co-hosts in the show with you?
All right. And we bring this up because it's the season finale for the biggest thing on streaming right now, which is WandaVision. So big that it keeps crashing the Disney Plus servers every day.
Are you sad that this is it? There's no more?
I'm sad, yes, that it's ending, but also happy because Falcon and the Winter Soldier starts in a week or so. So we get more. But so the question basically boiled down to is that if you could, alter your reality and live in a TV show. Like in WandaVision, she chose sitcoms because that's how she learned English, her and her family growing up. And they had these DVDs of Dick Van Dyke and Brady Bunch and Malcolm in the Middle, and so that's how they learned English. So she's projecting in a reality where she's in those sitcoms.
Hey.
So if you could do that with TV shows or sitcoms, what would they be?
Well, I mean, I'm watching this show on HBO called The Investigation, and it's about that Danish submarine wacky inventor who murdered that woman.
You want to live in a murder show?
Well, no, not specifically that show necessarily, but in that kind of atmosphere, because everything they do is very slow.
You want to live in a slow...
I want to live in someplace where everything is slow. Or maybe Northern Exposure. That'd be my other choice. Remember the show Northern Exposure?
Yes.
And live in a little Alaskan town with a bunch of colorful, with a retired astronaut and a good-looking bush pilot woman and a doctor who doesn't want to be there. And then maybe one day Adam Ant would show up and be in one of the episodes.
Throw
and
an
you guys
engine
could
part
be
through
in
the
it.
window. We could be in it?
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys could be in it. You could be
right.
townspeople. Yeah.
They need a bartender in the bar?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay. I'd learn that, yeah.
Gina, you could be the good-looking female bush pilot. How about that?
Cool. I have to draw on a beauty mark right there.
Janine, what was her name?
Turner.
Oh, Janine Turner, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Northern Exposure. That's where I'd like to.
Gina?
You say TV show to me these days, and the only TV show I can think of, and I am obsessed with it, is Poldark. I
don't even know what that is.
Yeah, so why would you want? Can you? Because I have no idea what that show's about. So you have to describe it so we know.
So like the best looking man I've ever seen on television. He's Poldark, Ross Poldark. He's a Revolutionary War hero, and he comes home to England, to Cornwall, England, and it's horses and windswept landscapes on the English coast.
Gina, you
what?
would not. Think about the bathroom facilities in those days.
Yeah.
You're not gonna. think about those kind of things.
They didn't have feminine hygiene products.
Yeah.
It's okay. I had a hysterectomy. I can live.
No, the life expectancy
have
in
to
those
worry
days.
about
Look at the life expectancy in those days. You'd be,
You think that pinch-faced guy's good looking, huh?
It's my porn these days. I think it's just the hottest thing ever. So I want to live in Poldark.
Oh, he looks better when he takes off that stupid tricorn hat.
Well, my initial answer was Cheers, because there's a bar there. But
sure.
Well, and everybody knows your name.
And everyone knows your name, but there's a live studio audience and a laugh track. So you know how I feel about laugh tracks.
Yeah.
So I couldn't do that. So I'm thinking maybe The Simpsons, because then I'd be animated and live forever.
Oh, that's a good thought. But you'd only have 3 fingers, Karen.
And you'd have to be yellow.
Yeah. My initial answer was Freaks and Geeks, but then I got thinking, no, I was one of the geeks and I'd be beat up by the freaks, so that's not so good.
You lived that.
So I left the sitcoms and just went to, I thought Twin Peaks I might be okay with in Twin Peaks.
Yeah,
I might be okay in that show Resident Alien these days, because it's just a quiet town, and but then, of course, Star Trek. That's where
Of course.
I want
This
to be
is
in
an
Star
easy
Trek.
answer for you.
Easy answer. All right. Or maybe 60s Batman. I don't know.
How about 6 feet under?
No.
6 feet under? No.
Yeah, live in a funeral home.
No. Oh, our all-knowing suit consultant says, you guys are already living in WKRP in Cincinnati.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. I'm going to refresh here and give you the most up-to-date information from the UDOT website. We have, let's see. That's in Cedar City. You're not in Cedar City listening, are you? We'll move on to Ogden. Crash eastbound 31st Street, Parker Drive in Ogden. The left lane is blocked. Stalled vehicle northbound US 89, milepost 397. That's Main Street in Farmington. The left lane is closed. Crash southbound I-15 Main Street in Payson. Crash 12th South 35th West in Weber County. And I'll check our message stream. Friend of the program says, traffic backed up on 31st Street eastbound just east of I-15. Thank you for sending that in. They did that via text at 33986.
All right. Well, we will take a break. We will be back with Have Another Drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy right after these. KXRK Provo. BigOTires.com.
Save up to $150 on Nitto, Toyo, or Pirelli tires, and that's now through April 4th at Big O Tires. Find a store near you. BigOTires.com is where you go. They will quickly become the team you trust. Locally owned and operated, that's a nice thing. And Big O knows that tires and service can be expensive sometimes, an unexpected expense. That's why they have no credit needed financing, so no matter what your budget, they've got you covered at Big O.
And when you're there, having your tires looked at or whatever it is, just have them replace your windshield wipers.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
You always need, the better windshield wipers than you have, right? I mean,
that's something you don't think about until it's pouring rain and you go, man,
Exactly.
I wish I had replaced these.
Exactly.
The lowest price on every tire every day at Big O Tires, BigOTires.com for more.
So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative, how do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC. And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably
Which
is.
it could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg
Yeah.
scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean, the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "What was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Yeah, that
Cheat,
pause. That
and
pause
elect- that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up? Like
So
he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because...
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of
can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated.
not-
It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it. The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people.
All right.
Listen to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Okay, let's get to it.
It's brought to you by Meiomi Wines, sourcing grapes from Sonoma, Monterey, and Santa Barbara. Enjoy Meiomi Wines today.
Well, here he is, Jimmy Santangelo. He is the proprietor, the impresario, the chief cook and bottle washer at the Wine Academy of Utah. You can find Jimmy's website very easily by going to wineacademyofutah.com. Good morning, Mr. Santangelo.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. We're talking about nice rosé wine. I don't know if you had a chance to take a sip of that yet.
I'm going to try it right now.
I did last night. I had it with a nice salad that I had that had bits of turkey in it and cherries and things like that in the salad, and it was delicious.
I love a screw top.
Please, Jimmy, you're an animal. Use a glass, would you? Come on. She's drinking out of the bottle.
So this rosé, Jimmy, is I think rosés had a bad rap at one time. They were considered kind of too sweet and like soda pop wine, but not anymore.
Not as much anymore. It was only a short time ago, about 8 or 10 years ago, when we go into the wine store, and there was only like 3 or 4, maybe 6 rosés available. It was on the end cap there, in the row in the aisle.
Yeah,
now there's rows and rows of rosé, and I can only blame the fellas, because the guys started drinking rosé, and we adopted the term brosé when we drink it together. So
So talk about this Meiomi. It was very delicious, I thought.
The Meiomi is a great producer, originally with Camus Vineyard fame. Their son, Joseph Wagner, produced it, and then they sold the company off. And there's a new winemaker there that is just crushing it. Mm-hmm. He took some famous wine and made it even better. That's not easy to do. In Meiomi, they do the Pinot, they do a Chardonnay, and this beautiful rosé from the Pinot Noir grape varietal. And what makes this rosé special is they adopt a technique called the Saignee blending method, which is a French technique of when you take your Pinot Noir, you give it a little soft press while it's fermenting, so you're getting this nice, light pink-colored wine coming out. Mm-hmm. Set it off to the side, then you continue with your regular production of that Pinot. Once it gets nice and dark, then you return back to that lighter style, ink it up a little bit, adjusting your flavor, color, aromatic, really making a beautiful style wine. And that's a classic technique called the Saignee that the French adopted.
Would you make a suggestion, perhaps, what you would normally serve this rosé with?
Sure. What we would pair with this rosé is 2 things: the situation and food. The situational pairing is your backyard patio. Get some sun on your face, and this wine would just be absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's just
but
slightly
it does
chilled.
have that.
Yeah,
it's got that juiciness to it. I love the salad that you had with the cranberry and the turkey, a little bit of the fattiness from the turkey. Mm-hmm. But what I love rosés with in the summertime is just some salmon, like a nice grilled fillet of salmon, or salmon pate, grilled salmon over mixed greens. You want a little bit of fattiness in your protein. And rosés kind of punch out of their weight class because they have both acidity as well as tannin, and then that fruity structure. So they can really pair. They're very adaptable with a variety of food.
And this Meiomi rosé, what is this? How much is this a bottle about?
$16. It's right there at the great price point. Screw top, delicious, very flavorful. I just can't get enough of it. I really enjoy this.
With the screw top, how many days will this last once you've opened it?
You got to drink 3 days, put it in the fridge. But if you got those rubber gaskets with the T-pump stop that you can evacuate the air out, it'll last a little bit longer. With the screw tops are very convenient. And we like bringing screw tops if you're going camping or going on holiday. This way you don't have to monkey around with the wine key.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, Jimmy, what else is going on with you with the Wine Academy of Utah?
We're celebrating Women's History Month this March, and we've got a number of events throughout the community. We're celebrating women in wine, women winemakers, as well as even whiskey, women in whiskey. It's been a lot of fun to be able to do that. And I got to tell you, my Whiskey and History tours in downtown Salt Lake not only those visiting us from afar through the Airbnb platform, but a lot of locals are now starting to adopt and take that. And it's a wonderful tour to walk through downtown and really peel back the layers. And then there's whiskey in between, so you can't beat that.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's whiskey in between every layer. I like that idea a lot. And that's how I like women. I like women in whiskey.
I was going to say, is one of the stops of women in whiskey Gina's house? Because
I would like it to be.
All right. Jimmy,
So-
thank you so much. This is great. This
Go
is
to
good
Wine
stuff.
Academy of Utah, wineacademyofutah.com, and you'll find Jimmy Santangelo and the various classes he offers.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to train to be a sommelier, you do that too, don't you, Jimmy?
That's right. We do that, and it's been a lot of fun not only to do that to our community, and I'll finish with this. We even go up to different resorts, whether it's up at Snowbird, the Airy Restaurant. I haven't been to the Iron Blossom. Little shout out to my friends at the Iron Blossom. But it's been a lot of fun to be able to do this in the community.
All right. Jimmy, thanks a lot. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Jimmy.
You got it.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, let's see. We don't need Cedar City traffic.
No.
So I will scroll down to Ogden, eastbound 31st Street, Parker Drive in Ogden. The left lane is being affected there. Friend of the program says traffic backed up 31st Street eastbound just east of I-15. They sent that in via text. And you can too if it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
Traffic brought to you by Scott Hale. Spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Scott Hale, call him 801-264-HALE.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be looking at. Number 1, hey lady, how'd you get that gun into the jail? Boner candidate number 2, lose some weight and be pretty for your man. And boner candidate number 3, class, it's time for our slave writing assignment.
All right. We got round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. Also, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. And now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
The job fair was yesterday, and there are a lot of employers there. But there are great jobs. Just because the job fair is over doesn't mean you still can't find some good jobs by going to jobs.utah.gov.
All kinds of different industries. Maybe you want a different job in an industry you're already familiar with. You can look there. Or maybe you're thinking this is a great opportunity to change your career and you're worried, well, I need a job where I can make money while I'm training. They have those available.
Banking jobs are plentiful right now. If you want to get into banking and financial services, there are a lot of jobs available there. Plenty of jobs available. And they'll train you sometimes and pay you while they're training you. So you can find out all about all of that kind of stuff. It's a great website, jobs.utah.gov. I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hey, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the chainsaw guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep, all right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So, this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing, but you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. And you can poke your eye out with something. Or if you don't poke your eye out with something, you might take a bite. And you got it too, or something cool. Well, because Minnesota, and then you get on the map, you can have a chat. You can, but you gotta be careful. And let's give Minnesota, and watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of mold. What? Mold. Okay. Behind the mask, you get some mold occasionally. Okay.
All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So, what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
Tough. Next question.
Next question.
Next. I don't have anything to say like that. Come on.
You don't have anything to say
No.
about that?
No.
That's it?
You got to build up of mold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take your cans home and you get your cans to them. And then, let your phone and don't turn them to the... And then you take your cans off and... And you take a... My favorite recipe is that cans home and then you have... And then take a bag of food and empty them. And then it's a Denison's. Delicious. Denison's.
All right.
Canned chili.
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on... I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I got to go back and work on that. I built a display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I can where I put all of my Perry Como records.
Perry Como records?
Perry Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Denison's and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Chainsaw
Halloween,
Guy.
sir.
All right, it's 8:21 right now, and it is time for round two of your boners. Let's go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here means it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. So right now, this is round 2. First candidate from round 1 is a good candidate, so you need to pick strategically here in round 2 for a good boner fight coming up. All right, so here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Well, it's a beautiful, roomy Radio from Hell tote bag, and yes, you will actually be able to pick it up starting on Monday and running for the next month or so from 9 a.m. to noon. Our office will be open for you to pick up. Now, if you arrive between 9 and 10, you need to call to be let in. So come to 50 West Broadway. There's a number posted on the door out there. You call the number. This is only between 9 and 10, and they'll let you up to the second floor. If it's after 10, just come on up and say, hey, I want a Radio from Hell tote bag, and Danny will give it to you with a smile. Even though she's wearing a mask, she'll be smiling behind the mask.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Hey, lady, how'd you get that weapon into the jail, huh? A Missouri woman arrested last month on drug and weapons charges. And when she was searched at the jail, it was determined that she had a small pistol hidden inside of a body cavity. It was undetected during the strip search. There's a picture of it. I don't know if we have it at x96.com/live. A 4-inch 22 caliber firearm was discovered by personnel at the Boone County Jail. In the picture, you can see that the hands that are holding the weapon are protected by rubber gloves because,
there's parts of that look kind of sharp. That looks like
There's some sharp, the trigger, top of the trigger there, and the hammer also has. That's a Derringer, essentially. It's
So the woman was charged with possession of methamphetamine, resisting arrest, unlawful possession of a firearm, and putting a firearm where it don't belong.
Mm-hmm.
But she got away with it for a while. And then if you see a picture of her, you can say, yeah, that's a hard case right there.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number 1. Okay, lady, how'd you get that weapon, that gun, into the jail, huh? Here's boner candidate number 2. Lose some weight and be pretty for your man. Stuart Allen Clark, a pastor at the First General Baptist Church in Malden, Missouri, is on leave now after a sermon about marriage and women's appearances.
This is a theme today.
Pastor Stuart Allen Clark took a leave of absence after he had given a sermon saying things like, ladies, you really do need to lose some weight and wear makeup and dress nicely and choose appropriate hairstyles and appear less butch. You need to do this for the man in your life. I'm not saying every woman can be the epic trophy wife of all time, like, Melania Trump, he said. I'm not saying that at all. Most women can't be trophy wives, but maybe you're a participant. Maybe you're a participation trophy. Maybe you're one of those wives that you say, well, everybody gets one, because...
I watched this video, and he said, there's a reason I'm not a marriage counselor anymore, but if I were, and I had a couple sitting in front of me, and they were having trouble in the marriage, you know what I'd say? First thing I'd say is I'd look at the woman, and I'd say, well, weight control, that's the first thing you can do to help fix your marriage. Mm-hmm. And it's, it's not your husband's fault if you've let yourself go. Oh, what did he say? If you've let yourself go after you've been married, something about wedding cake, I can't remember. But just like, if you let yourself go after you get married, your husband, he can cheat because, you didn't care enough to keep yourself up.
Men have a need for their women to look like women. Sweatpants don't cut it all the time. Wearing flip-flops and pajamas to Walmart, that ain't gonna work. Ain't nothing attractive about that. It ain't. And men, well, they want their wives to look good at home and in the public. Can I get an amen?
We can give you a couple of these. Not an amen.
And you think, well, he must be a very attractive, good-looking man for his wife. He must be like Brad Pitt caliber. No.
He's kind of dumpy.
But it doesn't matter if the man's
No,
dumpy. He
course
can get
not.
as dumpy as he wants.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way I see it, Gina. Boner candidate number 2. Lose some weight for your man, won't you? Be pretty.
Put on some makeup.
Coming
Why don't
up
you
in a
smile
moment.
more.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Class, it's time for our slave letter writing assignment.
Oh, God. Keep checking the calendar. All right. We got candidate number 3 for round 2's boners. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Innuendo, brought to you by...
Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org to enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
Well, the big face-off isn't until Sunday, but the pregame skirmishes have already started.
What?
Prince Harry and his wife Meghan, they're going to be on Oprah Winfrey, or they're going to have a special primetime interview with Oprah Winfrey on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sure to be one of the most widely watched interviews in recent memory.
Oh, of course.
But you know what happens here is that Meghan and Harry, they really dissed Oprah, and she's not happy.
What happened?
Well, Harry has been on the James Corden show, the late night with James Corden.
Okay.
And you don't do that to Oprah.
What?
She gets
she's
first
still
crack.
playing that game?
Oh yeah, she gets first crack.
I thought all the rest of the late night hosts have dropped that game.
No, not her.
Oh, old-fashioned that way.
Yeah, Harry was on with James Corden, and
It's not like they talked anything serious on. It's not
well,
a serious interview.
Oprah Winfrey's company, Harpo Productions, are not happy with him for doing that. So, well, it'll be interesting to, and it's a long interview that she's doing with him. It'll be interesting to see what comes of it all. But they call the monarchy or the queen, queen and the firm. So the firm and Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are at odds for sure.
Yes.
And they're sniping at each other before the interview's even been shown.
Which means they know what it says.
Yeah.
So
the truth that they've been picking on Meghan.
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey says, I want to make it clear to everybody there's no subject that's off limits.
Okay.
She said, and Gayle King, her close friend Gayle King, says, I've heard from reliable sources this is Oprah talking, and this, she says, it's the best interview I have ever done.
Really?
Real?
Okay.
So. I think it's going to be on CBS. All right. In other news, a bill headed to Governor Cox's desk extends vaccine exemptions to higher education students, college students, and allows those who are not immunized to still go to be on campus. In other words, what they're saying is University of Utah, College of Southern Utah, all of you cannot make students be vaccinated. You can't force them to do it. If they say they're objecting to it, you still have to allow them on campus. I don't know why they would do that. Or they should.
Maybe they don't want the hassle of having to check and make sure everybody's vaccinated. Maybe it's that bureaucratic reason.
I think it's more the Utah State Legislature is saying, we believe in the vaccinations, but we got to satisfy the crazies who vote for us as well.
Because the crazies vote for us, and we have to make them happy.
We have to make the crazies happy. There are enough of them out there that we need their votes.
Well, who else are they going to vote for, really? I mean, come on. Are the crazies going to vote Democrat? No.
Well, but they just might stay home. Let's see what else is going on here. So Senator Ron Johnson, Republican of Wisconsin, with President Biden's nearly $2 trillion stimulus bill moving toward passage, Senator Johnson brought up proceedings to halt the bill on Thursday by saying, I think it needs to be read out loud. And so they did for about 11 hours, 10 to 11 hours. Clerks in the Senate took turns reading, and they read the bill out loud to no one.
And Chuck Schumer said, excellent idea. I think the American people would love to hear all the ways we're going to help them out with this stimulus. That's a great idea, Senator Johnson. That's
Yeah, these threats are just, okay, we'll do whatever stupid thing you have to say, but it will go forward.
So the Republicans are saying now, whatever Biden proposes, whatever administration bills come before us, we will probably not be able to stop them, but will make it very difficult for them to pass. In other words, we'll throw up every roadblock we can think of before it passes, which is just so unproductive, it makes me mad. We know we can't stop this bill from passing, but we'll just slow it way down.
And here's the thing, is that even among Republicans, 60% of them want this bill.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's your constituents.
Yep.
But what are you doing? You're being a dick about it because you don't want to win in the Democratic category.
Yep.
Well, no.
Because that's more important than the American people.
But this is for the American people. We're not counting wins like you guys do, okay?
Richard Barnett, infamously photographed during the January 6th Capitol riot with his feet propped up on a desk in House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, shouted, "It's not fair that he has to remain in jail." It was an outburst before a federal judge on Thursday. In a virtual hearing, Mr. Barnett complained of his pretrial detention after U.S. District Judge Christian Cooper set the next court date for May. "The government keeps dragging this out, and they're letting everybody else out. How come they're not letting me out?" he said. "It's not fair." Shut up. You were there. You put your feet up on the desk. You broke into the Capitol. Now you pay the consequences.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, the FBI is very closely looking into all the phone records of people in Congress.
And you know who's upset about this? Mike Lee.
Mike Lee. And Hawley, whatever his name is.
Josh Hawley.
Yeah. Because they want to know were there people in the United States Congress conspiring with the rioters who broke in? Were there? Well, they should be able to tell an awful lot from the phone records, and I believe they're getting access to the records. And I think that there are going to be certain Congress people and senators who are not going to like what the FBI finds out.
They're not getting, to be specific, they're not getting access to the senators and Congress people's phones. They're getting access to the phone records of the agitators. However, phone records show both sides, and it will be interesting to see if any of those people show up on the other side of those phone records.
I'm betting they do.
Yes. It's going to be fun.
And then I would like to see federal marshals with irons and chains go into the halls of Congress and chain some of them up and walk them out.
Lock them up.
All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
I mean, this is just rude. So we've got the All-Star game happening this weekend, and it goes a lot like, your elementary school dodgeball thing in your class where you pick teams, and you never want to be the last people picked for the team. And the last two people picked were Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert.
I guess we'll take that.
I guess
that
we'll
Frenchman.
Which, Rudy Gobert scored 20 points in the last All-Star game. It's just, that you're not doing him a favor by picking him. But LeBron James was just kind of being an ass about it. He says, there's no slander to the Utah Jazz, which tries to make it a qualifier for what I'm about to say. It's just like when you played video games as a kid, you never picked Utah to be one of your teams when you were playing video games. Even with Karl Malone and John Stockton, nobody ever wanted to play as Karl Malone and John Stockton. Sorry, Utah, it's just Nobody likes you except for people in Utah.
Well, the truth
Utah
hurts,
gets
doesn't
no
it?
respect.
The truth hurts.
It's not nice. That's your sports. Weather is nice, though. Nicer than LeBron James is being to the Jazz. Nice weekend. 63, sunny today. Tomorrow could get up to 70. It will be a little breezy. And then sunny and 66 on Sunday. Just a great, great weekend for you. Let's see if traffic is great for you. Let's look for more great things, shall we?
Yeah.
I do have a crash southbound I-15 at 24th Street in Ogden. And that's it. I am looking at the cameras on UDOT, and they all appear green to me. But if you see something that's not green, like this is red, there's an accident. Why are UDOT reporting it yet? You can report it, 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. All right, class, it's time for our slave letter writing assignment. Officials at a Mississippi school district have addressed the public about a controversial assignment called the slavery letter writing activity. Lamar County School District Superintendent Steve Hamden confirmed this week that the activity was doled out during an 8th grade history class at Purvis Middle School, according to the local news station. The assignment was intended to show students the, quote, atrocities and negatives of slavery, according to Hampton's interview with the news station. An image of the writing assignment was shared and discussed heavily online, with several commentators finding issue with the tasks suggested. The directions, shown in a screenshot of the assignment, encourage the 8th graders to pretend like you are a slave working on a Mississippi plantation and compose a letter to family members in Africa.
What?
Describing the slave experience. Hampton contends the teacher's purpose was for students to gain empathy for those black people who lived during that era. We do not discriminate against race. We won't be sensitive to what happened in the past, said Hampton. Educators, parents, and others who read the assignment were not pleased with the explanation for the assignment. Jarius Adams, president of the Young Democrats of Mississippi, Young Democrats, would you know, told the Daily Beast he found the classwork for Purvis students to be tone deaf, no matter what the intentions were.
Yeah.
If I were a parent of a student in that classroom, I would be upset. There are proper ways to educate students about the history of this nation. This is not one of them. But the school district is standing by the decision, but they say we will revisit it and look at it for future classes. Boner candidate number 3, class, it's time for your slavery letter writing assignment.
All right, there you go. Let's review the first 2 and vote. Excuse me.
Boner candidate number 1, how'd you get that gun into the jail, ma'am? Huh? Oh, yeah, okay. Boner candidate number 2, lose some weight and be pretty for your man. That's a Missouri preacher talking to his congregation. And boner candidate number 3, class, it's time for your slavery letter writing assignment.
All right. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Now, it's important to pick strategically in this round 2 because the first candidate from round 1, we did that an hour ago, really good candidate, really strong. So pick strategically here in round 2 to send forward to battle. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. All right? So pick your champion from round 2 right now to send forward. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call and speak to Miriam in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. It's using your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 5, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2 of your boners. Let's go.
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank
You're
you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Ah, well,
It's
let's
good to be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
All right,
Hi,
Scott. Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheesesteak.
choice.
Not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? It's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in. Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up.
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and helping transfer power peacefully here on BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the
Thank
line.
you, Scott.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. Okay, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a glass of Meiomi Rosé.
And Strong Volkswagen unlocks stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Number 1 was, excuse me. Let me get that. There we go. I'm looking at the wrong list. Boner candidate number 1 was, hey, how did you get that gun into the jail, lady? You hit you hit it where? Boner candidate number 2, lose some weight and be pretty for your man. Or he'll, leave you, and you can't blame him for having an affair if you don't lose weight, ladies. That was a Missouri preacher telling his congregation. And boner candidate number 3, class, it's time for our slave letter writing assignment. Pretend you're a slave and write home to your relatives in Africa. Tell them what your life is like. Let's see. Annalyn won a tote bag, and the winner was boner candidate number 2. Lose some weight and be pretty for your man.
All right. That's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out at 9:20. All right. The mayor is on the phone. Mayor Wilson.
Jenny Wilson, good morning.
Good morning.
Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson is with us, and let's talk about quickly about vaccine rollout here and the announcement made by the governor yesterday. Talk about Salt Lake County's role in all of that.
Well, yeah, we we're running the operations here in the county. We also have some partners that are doing some work as well, including Intermountain and the U of U. But the vast majority of doses are administered by our health department and by our county teams. So we have a great relationship in addressing kind of day-to-day through our health department issues that we see and the needs we see, communicate that up, and I think that informs the governor's decision, and then we administer the vaccines here in the county.
And so we're all set to go with age 50 and older, because it's going to be a lot of people.
Yeah, you can go online right now if you're 50 or older and make your appointment.
Oh, you can. You don't have to wait till Monday.
Yeah, I was going to wait till Monday, but I've gone to vaccinate.utah.gov.
And so we now we're partnering with the state system. So there are 2 entry points if you're 50 and older and want to go in. One's through the state site, and then one's through the Salt Lake County site. So if you just put in Salt Lake County, vaccine, the link will come up, and you can go online.
All right, that's really exciting news.
And also, I would just say if anyone has any issues, call the number 385-468-7468. They can make the appointment for you. Sometimes these systems, you got to create a password. They can take a minute. So, and then when you get into after you've registered and you get into schedule, try different weeks going forward into March on the pull-down menu. Sometimes the windows are kind of bearing some of the openings. So there are appointments available today, starting, I think, around the 16th of March. The first couple weeks have already been filled up by people that are 50 and older or those with the underlying health conditions. But starting mid-March, there are appointments.
Now, the Utah State Legislature, this is their final day, and I guess they're going to pass a bill which would allow them to review public health orders and state of emergency declarations made by the governor and by also county leaders. And so that would certainly involve you. And you had some comments about that bill, I believe.
Yeah, I object to this bill because I think, those of us on the ground battling health emergencies or any emergency are empowered to do so. And I think the idea that the legislative body would step in to any local area and say, hey, wait, we as legislators think better than you is a really flawed approach. I don't mind more requirements with my own legislative body, the county council, but the idea that legislators who don't understand, in my case, the needs of an urban center coming in and having, some say seems inappropriate to me. So we oppose that bill. It has been adjusted certain provisions that were even more harmful, but we remain opposed to that bill.
Do you think the governor will sign it? I mean, it limits his power as well.
Well, yeah, it limits him too.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the administration was also addressing some issues with the legislature. I don't know. I mean, I worry that we would, we have to move quickly. I think we had 6 to 8 emergencies this year, and they were major emergencies, from the windstorm to the earthquake. If we were to have the legislature step in, not only do we jeopardize federal funding, but we additionally will be forced to make choices that may not be in the best interest of health and safety, and that's concerning to me. So we'll see. I would hope the governor would veto and that we could come up with a better system.
The things are apparently going to start opening up more, businesses and places where people congregate. Will the county still have some control over that, and how's that all going to work?
Well, we're required to follow the state's guidance in this area. So I would hope they don't pass a bill today that is, forcing the masks to be, us not to mandate masks earlier than the governor would like. I would hope the governor vetoes any bill that takes him off of this timeline. The current plan by the governor's timeline is a couple of weeks in low transmission, and then at that point, it's not a state requirement. I would not have the authority at that point to keep a mask mandate going in Salt Lake County. But I think we're at the point everybody's going to use common sense, and I think businesses, many, will continue, as we saw in Texas, to say, wait a minute, you can't come in here and shop. I mean, we still have rates that are, we have spread, and our kids are going to be the last to be vaccinated. I think that's my concern right now, is we don't want youth spread, and, there are some kids that do get pretty sick from COVID, and that's concerning.
Yeah, because I saw that Target and Costco have said, well, it doesn't matter what the state says, we're going to still require people to wear masks.
But unfortunately, that makes the clerk at the Target, the cashier at the Target, or the manager have to be the police.
The bad guys.
Yeah, it shouldn't have to happen.
Yeah, we don't want to get back to that here, and I have a lot of optimism about our progress. So I think we're moving fast enough that maybe some of this won't be, the level of intensity we had previously with people who are pro-mask, anti-mask. I hope we don't get to that. And we're moving fast enough. But again, until our kids can get vaccinated, we're going to have some challenges.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay.
All right, Jenny Wilson, Mayor of Salt Lake County, thanks a lot for taking some time with us. Always a pleasure to hear from you.
Yes, thank you.
Great, and have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. Let's get some traffic, please.
Well, if there were any, Carrie, you're just assuming there's traffic that needs attention, and it looks like everything's flowing very well along the Wasatch Front. Of course, if you see something that's not flowing well, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. We do have for you, let's see, we got Boner Fight coming up. Stand by for that. And a reasonable amount of news all on the way. More information about the vaccine as well coming up. BigOTires.com.
BigOTires.com is the place you go to find a locally owned and operated Big O Tire store near you, and they're bound to be one because there are, I forget how many now, along the Wasatch Front, but a lot of them, and they all provide great service.
Yeah, I usually go to the one on Highland Drive. That's the one that knows me when I go in there. You need your tires filled up, Gina? Yes, thank you very much. But I've found myself in other cities needing my tires attended to, and I thought, well, yeah, surely there's a Big O in Ogden. Yeah, there's more than one. I had my choice of Big O's.
Yeah. Big O Tires right now having a sale on Nitto, Toyo, and Pirelli tires. You can save up to $150 on those three brands of tire through April 4th. But remember, Big O has the lowest price on every tire every day guaranteed. So, find a store near you. Go to BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust.
I didn't see any of this. I just heard it secondhand.
I had a major breakthrough with Gina this weekend when we were in L.A. I got her drunk 3 times.
He did.
And it wasn't hard. Really.
It cost him a total of $10 for all 3 times.
Each time.
He's a cheap drunk.
Well, see, this is a little secret. You don't take a girl to dinner and then drinks. You always take her to drinks first.
Sure.
Because she's drinking on an empty stomach.
Yes, she is.
Now, you tell me what you remember, and I'll fill in the holes.
Well, I remember...
Because there were some things that she said that she doesn't remember.
I think you're making stuff up to make me think I was drunker than you think I am.
I'm not making anything up. I don't need to.
To make you thinker than I drunk I am.
Yeah.
So the first night we were there, Bill was with his family doing family stuff, so Carrie...
Every night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carrie was babysitting me.
Because Gina has to have somebody babysit.
I was all alone.
Usually it's both of us, Carrie and I. And when it's Carrie and it's me babysitting Gina, it's like those old cartoons with the little devil on one shoulder and the good angel on the other shoulder. Carrie, of course, being the little devil.
Carrie's been trying to get me drunk for years.
Well, I begged you to start drinking.
Yeah.
And I
wasn't doing it on my own.
And I always say, no, you don't have to.
It's okay. So we go to Trader Vic's, which is in the hotel.
It's connected to.
It's an old hotel, so there's no straight route to get to Trader Vic's. You have to wind through hallways and...
Because they never do things like that in new buildings.
No, well, it just...
Sure been around a lot, haven't you?
It was a circuitous route to get there.
Sure.
And we sit down, and Ben, the bartender, brings over the menu. And this is the menu of the drinks, not the menu of the food.
Trader Vic's, famous for its big frou-frou.
Fruity drinks. Drinks served in coconuts with parasols and giant chunks of, watermelon and pineapple.
You can buy Trader Vic's syrups and things for drinks.
And I said, well, I'd like a margarita, because that's whenever I do actually have a mixed drink, that's the one I have. And I said, do you think I can get one
She doesn't have a real margarita. She has a snow cone, essentially.
Yeah, because a real margarita is not blended.
No.
So I said, well, I'd like that. And Carrie said, well, I'm sure he can make you that. And I said, no, I'm here. I'm going to order something off the
You
menu.
go, girl.
So
Empowerment.
So she ordered, what was it? I don't remember
know.
what it was called. Some kind of rum punch thing.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't know what
I don't remember what it was called.
Okay.
It was it was in a tall glass. It was red. It looked like Hawaiian punch.
Had umbrellas and
had a
fruit
chunk of
and-
pineapple and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I had one.
Yeah.
And this is before the food, and then Carrie ordered another, and he made me get another. And that was it.
That was it. She was gone.
Where did she go?
Empty stomach, drink and a half. She was in outer space.
I was giggling, and I kept leaning on you, I think.
You did.
Did I touch you a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then you told me after the fact that I was saying
I want you to
things.
tell me what you remember. Then I will fill in the holes. What do you remember after that?
I remember I ordered a steak.
Uh-huh.
And
you like the steak.
The
you
steak was
ate
good.
it all.
Yeah. And, lettuce wraps. I had some lettuce wraps.
She was proud of the fact that she had a lettuce wrap.
Yeah.
And this is all after one drink.
Yeah.
I had a fortune cookie with a misspelling on it.
Oh, did you save that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I have that. That's all I remember, really.
You remember going back to the room?
Did you guys go back to the same room?
Or did you just wake up in your room?
No, I went back there somehow.
You went back to your room and then you watched Dances with Wolves.
Oh, that's what I did.
That's what you do remember.
Because it was on HBO. Although I always have to turn it off when the white man comes, because that's when it gets sad.
I always have to turn it, which implies, of course, that she watches it over and over and over again.
Okay.
So that's what I remember.
That's what you remember. Okay.
What is she leaving out?
A lot.
What?
Giggling uncontrollably.
About?
Being drunk.
This is.
I'm a naughty girl.
This is a drink and a half.
And I kept calling her.
I'm not exaggerating.
All I had to do to elicit, not kidding, 3 minutes worth of uncontrolled giggling was call her Drinky McWeather. That was all I had to do.
Well, see, it's working now, and she's sober, so I think she's sober.
I have muscle memory from
Drinky McWeather.
How would it be possible for you to have muscle memory? It would imply muscles.
That's right. All through the rest of dinner, she just kept laughing when she wasn't eating, and she kept saying, "I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date. I said, no, Gina, of course you're not. You drank on an empty stomach. It's more efficient that way.
But I never do. I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date. I never do that. I surprised myself how drunk I was on so little alcohol.
Now, the other thing she left out was when she was sober. When we were walking to Trader Vic's, that long walk that she talked about, there's a very long hallway to get there.
Yeah.
So now she's plastered, and we're heading back to the room. And she stops at the entrance to this long hallway, kind of teeters a bit, steadies herself with her elbow up against the wall of the hallway.
Good Lord.
And
you remember
says,
this? Yeah.
And says, man, that's a long hallway.
I had to work up the courage to walk down it.
Well, apparently your bar manager, Mr. Ben Chung at Trader Vic's at the Beverly Hilton, Mr. Ben Chung being the bar
That's
manager.
who waited on us.
Was it really?
It was Ben.
He's famous.
He apparently mixed you a fine drink.
Yes, he did.
Ben Chung. He's famous. He cared. He made my Mai Tai with love.
He
Ben
did.
Chung did.
I saw him add the love.
Because I went there later and had someone else mix me another Mai Tai, and it wasn't as good.
Wasn't Ben.
Ben's the guy.
Well, you should have taken it up with the general manager, Mr. Chai Rohana.
Also a good man.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw the name Chai on his name
There
tag,
you
and
go.
I chuckled because I was like, I love to drink chai.
Yeah.
I wonder if he uses that.
He's the
Anyway,
general manager.
So I get her to her elevator because she was in a different wing of the hotel than we were. Get her to her
I
elevator.
don't remember this part at all.
She took my hand as if she was going to kiss it.
Mm-hmm.
You're making this.
I'm not making this up. And said, thank you so much, Carrie Jackson. Thank you.
Good Lord.
I'm not making that part.
And given that, you put her on an elevator by herself?
I thought she'd be okay.
I'll bet she slept in the hall outside of her room for a good 2 hours.
I made it back and watched Dances with Wolves.
So
After a while.
So the second night, I got her drunk out at the El Torito Grill, and she got in the car, and after she made me take her to Cheesecake Factory to get a slice of cheesecake to go,
Well, we were on our way.
We were there.
she says, I'm going to get this, I'm going to eat it on the way home, she said. Well, she laid down in the back of the car and fell asleep.
I didn't eat it.
And then didn't eat the cheesecake because it had been out too long.
Yeah.
Third
And
night,
you said I snored.
yeah, you did. It was so. She has a cute little snore. It's funny. And then the third was I got her drunk on good margaritas at Tortilla Joe's in downtown Disney, and made her walk around Disneyland drunk.
3 nights in a row.
You're still hungover, aren't you?
Not only do I never do that, I certainly have never done it 3 nights in a row.
Wouldn't you like to do it again now that you've done it?
I can be Drinky McWeather all the time.
You know,
on,
you
Drinky.
can do that at home every night if you want.
No, that's just sad, is what that is.
Why? I do it.
You call it sad, I call it fun.
Yeah, but you're not alone.
I call it relaxing.
Yeah.
You're not alone. It's sad when you drink alone.
You have a son.
Yeah.
Honey, go get mommy a
Yeah.
drink.
Go get Mommy a Mai Tai out of the fridge. One of the cans of Trader Vic's.
I'm going to teach you how to make the perfect margarita. All right. Gina, you've had a question?
Oh, I thought Bill had a story, but I
I do,
haven't.
but go ahead and ask your question, and then maybe
Well-
I'll do my story.
My husband does most of the shopping, and he came home with this yesterday.
Okay.
And you guys may know, or I'm hoping friends of the program may know, at x96.com/live, he bought something called banana sauce. Have you guys ever heard of banana sauce?
You put that on your banana.
But
He's gonna surprise you later on. You should not have. Should have been snooping in the groceries.
But so it's clearly not made from bananas because it's red. So it's
Well,
not like mushed up bananas.
That doesn't mean it's not made from bananas.
Well, what do the ingredients say?
Let's see, ingredients: water, sugar, banana. Oh, it is.
Yeah. So,
But it's
okay,
red.
there's
Let's
your-
keep going.
There's Gina once again, the inquiring mind. Well, it can't be a banana.
Does this look like it's made from bananas? It doesn't.
It's got a picture of bananas on the label, and then I would go, I wonder what the ingredients are. Oh, bananas.
Vinegar, salt, onion, chili, garlic.
So it's like a sweet
It's just a
chili, sweet and
It's just
spicy
a-
kind of sauce for your whatevers.
Yeah, what do you put it on? What do you do with this?
Whatever you want.
You could put it on rice. You could put
Ice
it on,
cream.
Yeah,
That's fine.
noodles.
Yeah, it's just a tangy accompaniment, sweetened. Yeah, probably it's a little sweet and tangy, and yeah, sounds good.
It's a
And he
product of the
probably-
Philippines.
He probably saw it and thought, I'd like to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, well, that doesn't look like bananas. So, you married a man with an inquiring mind so that
Yeah.
you didn't have to have one.
Yeah, I don't know that I will ever consume banana sauce.
Here's an odd story for you.
Because on this day.
In 1970, John Anthony Frusciante was born. Guitarist for Red Hot Chili Peppers on multiple occasions. He was there, he left, he came back, he's around.
He's here. He's there. Let's see now. Mad Marchness.
Oh, right.
Is live at x96.com. It's on the rotating banner at the top of the page when you get there. And we each have brackets. And we each have our picks for our brackets. And you have until Sunday at midnight to pick in round one.
Okay.
So it's very simple. You just go online, x96.com.
You have to log in, you have to create an account.
Yes.
And
round one is a heavy one because it's all the candidates going up against each other.
Mm-hmm.
You've got my pick, the 1966 Batmobile, going up against Gina's pick, the Camel Butter Dish.
Now, how does camel butter taste?
Oh, it's delicious.
It's loamy. It's very loamy.
Is it?
Then also vote for Bill's pick, A Note from My Kid About a Dead Raccoon. To
It's authentic, too.
To Gina's broken leg. On
It's a
dangerous
sprain. It's not
Sprained
broken.
ankle.
It's-
Sprained ankle.
Yeah, hype it up if you're going to win.
Oh,
Hype
it's
it
what,
up.
my serious injury.
Matchup number 3 is My Pets versus Katie's Pets. Katie has 3 cats and a dog, and I have my 2 dogs, so you can go there and see pictures of them and decide. Matchup number 4 is Gina's pick, the American flag, versus Katie's pick, a Triceratops that you can ride.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Matchup number 5 is Gina's fancy hat for the horse races.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill's pick, a coconut birthday cake. So you have to pick between those two.
That cake was delicious, too.
A homemade cake. That wasn't
Yeah.
a from-the-store cake. That was
As a matter of fact,
homemade.
and it's so good looking that I could almost wear it as a fancy hat.
Then matchup number 6 is my pick, drunk Dr. McCoy, sitting in the captain's seat in the
An action
Enterprise.
figure, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean the actual drunken Dr. McCoy
Oh, is that
commanding
really
the
him?
Enterprise.
Oh.
That's really him. And going up against Bill's pick, a bag of sausage.
Right here. A bag of sausage, Bavarian style. These are great, by the way.
Matchup number 7 is Katie's pick, the Lost Lands Music Festival, versus Bill's pick, a drink by the fire.
Now, that's a Manhattan that I made myself.
Mm-hmm. And then matchup number 8 is Katie's moon shelf. It's a shelf shaped like the moon. Versus, I don't know, I think this was on purpose, whoever put this together, versus my pick, Galactus the Planet Eater. Because Galactus would eat, although to be fair, it is a dead planet, and Galactus only likes to feast on living planets.
What's what's on the moon shelf, Katie? Katie for short, our producer. I don't have the picture right in front of me. What are some of the things on the shelving?
So I have a collection of dried flowers and roses. So there's a dried rose on top of there with a rose quartz pillar that I
Is this
have.
is this to remind you that all things must die?
No, not necessarily. It's just
Okay.
kind of it's a super special thing. I love the moon dearly, and so it has a couple of photos of me and my Lost Lands crew together. More dried flowers because I have an obsession, and then it has my favorite little Triceratops that sits right on the moon, and his name's is Sir Fredward. He's quite wonderful.
Okay. All right.
All right, so there it is. Go to x96.com and vote in our brackets. Mad Marchness is upon us. All right. We do have a boner of the day coming up, along with a reasonable amount of news. More information about the COVID vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And boner of the week as well. Do we have our person on the phone that we need? All right. Farmer and chemist.
Yeah, we've got Jeff Dunn with us, one of the founders of Farmer and Chemist. Jeff, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's just quickly. First of all, this is local. This is a local store that sells CBD products that are locally made, and it's really quite amazing that there are 2 pharmacists involved in this. Is that right? I know you're one of them.
Yes, we have 2 pharmacists that were founders, and everyone who actually works in the store is either a pharmacist or a pharmacy technician. So we also have a lot of pharmacy technicians, and then we have a chemist as well.
Now, the stuff that you sell, the CBD stuff you sell at Farmer and Chemist, this is all legal, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
So CBD was made legal in 2018 with the Farm Bill, so it is 100% legal, so people can feel comfortable using it.
It's wonderful. They're wonderful products. What is CBD good for?
CBD is actually good for a lot of things. Our bodies have receptors for CBD all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
But where there's the most evidence is we know it's a potent anti-inflammatory.
Yeah.
So it helps with all kinds of different pain. So it can be used topically or systemically for pain. The other uses that there's a ton of evidence for are it helps people with anxiety and it helps people's quality of sleep.
Yeah. Now, listen, Farmer and Chemist, the stuff does not get you high. This is in Midvale. What's the exact address in Midvale, Jeff?
It is 7719 South Main Street. So it's it's historic Midvale, so it's on the corner of 7800 South and Main Street.
Go to farmerandchemist.com for more. Thanks for talking with us.
All right, appreciate it.
See ya.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't
always
ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking.
A lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That. Would you please? Damn it, Gina. Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I mean, I say, oh, is Ann Flo here? You know, I don't say what, John Durant. You having a period?
You're trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
I think you always say that though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry. I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really? That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, my God, why didn't you go to the doctor?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots,
no,
get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Exactly.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just keeps his head down and does his job.
Okay, we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 5 or 6 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Aaron Rodgers says that his engagement to Shailene Woodley is the best thing that's ever happened to him.
Ever.
Aww.
Isn't that nice? The 37-year-old professional football player discussed his strengths in the last year as he recovers during the off season, and he boasted about his newly engaged status. He said his engagement to Shailene Woodley is great. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me, at least in the last year, certainly. Aaron was all smiles, wearing a gray beanie to match his T-shirt, chatting in a video call with somebody. I don't know who it was. some guy.
Good for him.
And Shailene Woodley seems very happy as well. Let's see if it goes through. Let's see if it takes, shall we?
Should be positive about this, Bill. They're going to be married forever.
Maybe. I don't. I'm not counting on the fact that they'll ever even get married. Let's see. Utahns age 50 and older can now start making appointments to get their COVID-19 vaccinations. Governor Cox said yesterday on Monday, but we heard from Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson just this morning that you can start making appointments now.
Yeah, she said the actual appointments aren't going to be until like the 16th, but you can go online and make your appointment now.
Spencer Cox said Utahns over, the age of 18 with certain health conditions can seek vaccinations. Those with new qualifying conditions are diabetes, which was not there previously, I guess, and also chronic kidney disease or obesity. The expansion will mean 700,000 more Utahns can now be vaccinated. That's a huge addition of eligibility, said Spencer Cox, and everyone was positively giddy about this yesterday. So there was a huge telemarketing scam that reached millions of Utah phone numbers. It has been shut down by the Utah Department of Commerce and the Attorney General's office. The scam was run by Associated Community Services. They collected more than $110 million since 2008 off deceptive pitches that claimed they were supporting homeless veterans, breast cancer patients, children with autism, and other causes. And indeed, the company kept about 90 cents of every dollar that they collected and gave, 10 cents to whatever charity they said they were working for. In all, 1.3 billion illegal robocalls were made, reaching 67 million consumers around the country. I get more fake calls or robocalls, and sometimes it's a real person, than I have ever gotten. Now.
I have a screening thing on my phone that if it doesn't recognize the number, it.
But the problem is
out.
sometimes if you're, if you've had a doctor's appointment and you're expecting results to come through, from a doctor's going to call you on the phone or something like that, and so you don't know that number, you don't recognize it really, so I'll have the tendency to answer them sometimes. I answered one the other day that said, and it gave my wife's name, is she at home? And I said, no, what's this concerning? She said, well, this is about her federal, this is about her American Express bill, and we need to talk to her. And I said, well, I don't think she has an American Express card. What is it that you need to tell her? And the person on the other end said, well, legally I can't disclose that to anyone but her. Is she home? And I said, well, legally I can't disclose to you whether she's home or not.
Good answer.
So don't call this number ever, ever, ever again.
At that point, I would have said, oh, hang on, she just walked in the room. Hello?
This is Mrs. Bill.
Mrs. Bill? Yes, can I help you?
Made me mad. Oh, I was in the tub, too. That was the other thing.
That doesn't
You
help.
answer the phone in the tub?
Sure, why not? I have it there that I'm listening to music or a podcast or something while I'm in the tub, and then if it rings, I pick it up and answer it.
That means you're talking to somebody naked. Don't talk
I
to
don't know
people
if they're naked or not. I can't see them. What do you mean? I don't know.
Naked talking.
I can't see them. Gina
It's
becomes
weird.
when Gina's clothes fall off, she becomes mute.
It's weird. I don't want to talk to you on the phone and wonder if you're in the tub or not.
Then
'Cause
don't.
Now I will. Now I will wonder.
I'm going to
Bill's
make
a
sure that the
naked
next
talker.
time
He could be naked at
I'm
any
going to make sure
time.
that the next time we speak on the phone, I'm completely naked, Gina.
No. No naked talking.
Let's see. Federal investigators are examining communications records, phone records particularly, between members of Congress and the pro-Trump mob that attacked the Capitol as the investigation moves closer to exploring whether some lawmakers, either wittingly or unwittingly, knowingly or unknowingly, help the insurrectionists, according to a U.S. official briefed on the matter. The data gathered so far includes indications of contact with some lawmakers in the days around January 6th, as well as communication between alleged rioters discussing their association with members of Congress, the official said. And as a matter of fact, a Trump appointee has been arrested in connection with the Capitol riot. Frederico Klein, a former State Department aide, arrested on charges related to the storming of the Capitol on January 6th, the first known instance of an appointee of President Trump's facing criminal prosecution in connection with the attempt to block the election on the 6th.
The first of, I hope, many that we catch.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Of course, we told you yesterday about strange seismic rumblings in Utah, revealing previously unknown volcanic activity under the ground in Utah. Now, mass evacuations have been sparked because of large earthquakes Pacific-wide, a tsunami alert on the Pacific Rim, Carrie. I don't know. Could it be giant monsters?
That's
Yes.
that's Pacific Rim.
Probably not.
A really bad movie that's fun to watch if you got a big screen.
But there was an 8.1 magnitude quake, and they've had to evacuate a whole bunch of areas because they're worried about, in New Zealand, New Caledonia, Vanuatu, they have to evacuate because of possible tsunamis. All right, that's it.
All right. Let's get the boner fight.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
These are similar candidates. Number one, from the 7 o'clock hour. You know, here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry. We're going to teach girls what medieval chivalry was like, and we want you to pretend that you are women in the medieval era. These are high school students, and you need to do everything you can to please your man, to not overrule him, to always look good, to cook the meals, to make sure you clean up after the men, address them respectfully.
Be more like Melania.
No, that's number two, Gina.
I'm getting confused.
Getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah, see, that's number one.
Oh, okay.
That's the medieval lessons being taught at us. Some people took some exception to it and objected. That's going up against number two. That's the preacher in Missouri who says that women need to lose weight and be the best they can. You can't. Not everybody can be a trophy wife like Melania Trump, he said, but you've got to try hard or your men will leave you. That's number two.
Yeah, and they'll be justified if they do.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay. That's that old-time religion. All right, you've got to decide of these two candidates. It's tough. Which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to, well, be boner of the day and possibly boner of the week, depending on what Dave the Flower Guy decides in our next break. You've got to decide right now between these two which one is boner of the day for today. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, then text that to 33986. Easy. Computer counts it. Boom. Or you can call Miriam in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, and look for the box that says Boner Fight March 5, 2021. Now, if you don't see that box, chances are you won't right away. Refresh your browser, because we just put it up there. Refresh your browser. It'll appear, and you can vote online. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually. And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation. So a lack of exercise for a month and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
Pineapple? Drinking.
a lot of
Empty calories.
empty calories. Thank you. That would you please? Damn it, Gina! Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I mean, I say, oh, is Aunt Flo here? You know, I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
Trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
You always say that, though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really? That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, my God, why didn't you go to the doctor?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots, get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No, he just keeps his head down and does his job.
All right, 9:37. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a delicious harvest salad and a glass of Maomi Rosé.
And my lips are no longer chapped because I have
So
applied
Boner
a
candidate number one was We don't have a sponsor, huh? Right?
Sure. No. Bill.
So, boner candidate number one. Both of these were very sexist boner candidates. And I thought number two, the preacher, the Missouri pastor, would be the winner. But
Really?
no. It's having the high school girls at a Texas school, an intermediate school, go through all of this chivalry stuff, allegedly to teach them what being a medieval woman was like. That's one handily, as a matter of fact.
That tells me that friends of the program agree with the pastor and think, women, you need to lose weight and put on some makeup. You want to keep your man. They agree with that.
Apparently. All right.
All right, that's your boner of the day for today, March 5. It might be boner of the week. We'll see. Dave the Flower Guy decides in our next break. Let's go to the phone. Audrey
The
is
following
here.
is a sponsored feature.
Hi, Audrey.
Dr. Audrey Stevenson, you are a doctor, is that right, Dr. Stevenson?
I'm a nurse practitioner. I have a PhD in public health.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure we got that correct. Now, this is a new campaign that's being unveiled by Salt Lake County, and it's designed to promote COVID vaccination. It's called This Is Our Shot. Now, what will people find if they go to thisisOurShot.com?
So this is a really great campaign. We've all been waiting for an opportunity to be able to get back to normal. And so this campaign is really talking about this is our opportunity, or this is our shot to be able to promote the importance of getting the necessary COVID vaccinations so that we can get back to normal. So what they're going to find on the website is they're going to find information that will provide education and awareness, and it will also let them know where it is that they are able to get the vaccine.
Now, if we, what is the percentage of the population we think, what is the percentage of population where we might achieve some herd immunity here in Utah?
So for the coronavirus, we believe that herd immunity is going to be at about 70% or higher. So we currently, based on the number of individuals within Salt Lake County who have either had the disease and so still have some immunity from having had the disease and recovered, or have had the vaccine, we're still only at most at about 20%. So we still have a long way to go.
I'm on your website right now at thisisOurShot.com, and there's a really great, easy-to-read explanation of how the different vaccines work. And I love how it's set up here. It's very easily laid out and easy to read.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Great.
Very nice. Now, is there, and it doesn't matter, I would assume, as far as you're concerned, Audrey, that which vaccine you get, right? Doesn't matter.
Well, there are some subtle differences between the vaccines. So all three of the vaccines that are currently available in Utah are all effective, very, very effective. However, the only one that is licensed for those individuals that are age 16 to 18 is the Pfizer vaccine.
Oh.
Both the Moderna and the Johnson & Johnson are both licensed down to age 18. The other difference is that Johnson & Johnson only requires a single dose, so it's one and done with that particular vaccine. And so a lot of individuals that, maybe it's a problem for them to get off work, or maybe it's a problem for them to get into someone to get a booster dose. And so in those cases, that Johnson & Johnson may be a better option for those individuals.
Do you know, let's see, it says there have been 314,959 vaccines administered so far. Have there been any really adverse reactions to it at all?
Well, across the country, we've been monitoring the adverse reactions, and in addition to just sort of the typical kinds of responses that some people have, so some shoulder tenderness, a little bit of fatigue, maybe a fever. And in particular, those who have used the two-dose vaccine series, they're noticing a few more of those kinds of reactions after the second dose. However, there have been a few individuals across the country who have had an anaphylaxis response, or they've had a severe allergic response where they've maybe had some difficulty breathing. There have also been some interesting and strange rashes that some people get, particularly with the Moderna product. But in terms of the number of very serious events, it is still very, very low considering the number of vaccines that have been administered across the country.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just amazing. So the best thing to do is go to thisisOurShot.com. And I think, most people that I talk to are really excited for the opportunity to do it. And I would hope that everybody should just go and do it. It's a great thing. Thanks a lot for taking some time with us. Anything you wanted to add before we go?
Oh, just that vaccines are now available at a number of different locations. So, the governor just announced yesterday that individuals age 50 years of age and older are now eligible to receive the vaccine as of Monday. And in addition, any individual 16 years of age and older with any of those health conditions that are listed on our website, are also eligible to receive the vaccine. And what's nice is you can go to either a health department to receive the vaccine across the state. You can go to many of the area pharmacies that have it. And in addition, in Salt Lake County, some of our healthcare partners, such as Intermountain Healthcare and University of Utah, have also been holding clinics. So we do really encourage everyone, as soon as you're eligible, let's get vaccinated, because this is our shot to get back to normal.
All right. Yes. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Talk to you again sometime. Goodbye.
My pleasure.
So much.
Thank you.
Well, we will take a break. We will be back with Boner of the Week, announced by Dave the Flower Guy. Stand by for that. Michael A. York and Associates.
You maybe have a little side business that you've been doing during the pandemic.
What do you mean?
Well, and you might think, oh, it's not a side business. I just do this little thing for extra money, and I don't want to claim it on my taxes. That's the better way to go. No, it's not the better way to go about it. You could actually do yourself a huge favor by claiming those dollars. And I can't explain it to you. You know who can explain it to you? Michael A. York can explain it.
Call him then. 801-REFUNDS. Say, I've got this under the table money. What do I do? And Michael A. York will help you. If you have a small business, or maybe you think you have a small business, you're not sure, Michael A. York and Associates can determine that for you. Also, they've got a book, a really cool book for sale about taxes, which, surprisingly enough, is interesting. You can go to his website and see that, michaelayork.com, or call and make an appointment, 801-REFUNDS.
Program, Carrie and Bill. And let's see, it's time to check out the answering machine. Have you...
Yeah, go ahead and access it. We have an answering machine here at work because, well, we don't like personal calls at home. I use my phone at home for outgoing calls only.
Hi there, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
Usually these calls come in after hours. I mean, after we're not here, that is.
After like 1 or 2.
It's rewinding.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Allred. This is Dr. Arnold's office calling. I have what I hope is good news for both you and Samantha. Samantha's definitely pregnant.
Hey.
She's a very healthy bitch, so we anticipate no problems. She's about a month along.
Good.
So she should deliver in about 2 months.
No.
Office will be open until 5 p.m., so please try to pick her up before then. We'll have her well-groomed and ready to go.
Well-groomed?
I didn't tell you guys I got a Chihuahua, did I?
It's a Chihuahua.
It's a little. I got a new little dog.
Oh, they're so cute.
I know you got little beady eyes.
Yeah, they are.
Gonna have
Hi,
pups.
Carrie. This is Libby Weaver from Fox News.
Oh.
Hey, would you stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox?
Again?
If you don't stop, I'm going to have to call the police, Carrie. Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the in vitro fertilization clinic at the University of Utah calling for Ralph Allred. Mr. Allred, we have the sperm sample you left with us yesterday, and, well, I'm not sure what to say here. The sample you left with us, it's not human. Please
Bill,
return our call.
Bill, you're supposed to...
I didn't understand.
Leave yours.
Oh.
Not... Never mind.
Hi, Carrie. This is Shauna Parsons from Fox News. Listen, you've got to stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox. This is getting absolutely
turn this
ridiculous.
off?
I have
Number
called
two.
the Salt Lake Police,
Could we turn-
and there is a restraining order against you, so wise up.
Can we turn
Bye.
this off, please?
Way to go, Carrie.
None of any.
At it
Bill?
again.
It's Chunga.
What?
I got my big toe caught
Oh,
in the
no.
water spout of the tub again, and
Oh,
I can't get it out.
Again?
I've been here for about 2 hours, and I'm lonely, and the water's too cold. Bill, I ran out of beer, and I'm down to my last cigar.
This happens to
Now,
you.
I know you said that last time this happened, you wouldn't help me again, but everybody else has said that too.
That's right.
Can you come over?
No.
Please?
No.
Well, I see.
Make sure you bring some soap, okay?
Well, I see you got out okay.
Well,
I mean,
finally,
Again, you did this.
Mike Summers came and got me out.
well, how nice of him to
He
do.
brought some soap and
How nice.
Your little sponge bag.
yeah.
All right.
Carrie, Al Bain from K-Bear calling.
Oh, Al Bain.
Look, do me a favor. Quit leaving your underwear in my mailbox.
we
And I
turn-
know they're yours because I don't know anybody else that wears Ren and Stimpy and Simpsons underwear.
Can we
So I
turn
know
this
they're
off?
yours. Wouldn't mind as much if they weren't soiled, but quit leaving them there or I'm going to have to call the authorities. See ya.
So the little problem is back, eh?
I was wondering what that was in my mailbox, Carrie.
Way to go.
You're sick.
Nightfall.
Herd immunity.
9:50 right now.
Are we a herd? Are we part of a herd?
Sure.
I don't.
You don't want to be part of the herd?
I don't care for cud. Thank you.
Philosophical discussion, or
Anyway,
it's over my head.
We's just animals, Bill Allred.
All right, let's get to boner of the week. I believe Dave, the flower guy, is on the phone. Dave,
ahoy, hoy!
Ahoy, hoy!
How's your health, David?
Good. I got my first shot.
Yay! Congratulations.
Thanks to Ivy.
Thanks to Ivy? She helped you? Thanks, Ivy.
Yes.
That's great.
Yeah. I get my second shot on the 15th.
Where do you go? Just get to go to a pharmacy
Yeah.
downtown? Yeah, good. Excellent.
No, I went out she took me out to the Maverick Center.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
She is a wonderful person, Ivy at Booze Teak.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, David, here we are, ready for Boner of the Week?
Yep.
Okay. So we had number one. On Monday, we made it a teachable moment after being called and harassed multiple times for being black business owners. Two entrepreneurs, Ian, I think it was Draper, decided one of them was particularly decided. When they called me on the phone, and whoever it was being racially insensitive and derogatory, I was just calm and said, I think I'll try to turn this into a teachable moment. And that was very nice. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday, Dimpledale Nazis. Is that correct? I guess, that one. Whoever did the Nazi graffiti on a building at Dimpledale Park. Number 3 from Wednesday, can a vaccine be morally compromised? Apparently the Archdiocese of New Orleans advising good Catholics shouldn't be getting that Johnson & Johnson vaccine because their fetal cell research, it's nonsense. Boner candidate number 5 from yesterday, or number 4 rather from yesterday, college campus student safety is not, nor should it be, a political issue. A commission being formed. There's a bill to form a commission. The Utah State Legislature said, well, we can't have students on the commission to talk about campus safety. You know, the people who it most directly affects. We can't have them on the commission because they're probably too liberal and they'll drown out conservative voices.
Because campus security is a partisan issue, apparently.
Apparently to the legislature it is. And then Boner candidate number 5 from today. Here in Texas, we believe in the code of chivalry. Okay, Dave, which one?
Number 4.
Yesterday, the college campus commission, leaving out the students. That's just really stupid.
All right.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Have
Dave.
a good weekend, Dave. Enjoy the nice weather.
We'll see you.
I know.
Okay.
It's going to be time to mow lawns before you know it.
Already.
Yeah, I know. I hope so.
Yeah. All right. We'll
I
see
got
you
all
later.
my equipment all ready to go.
Good.
Okay, good.
Okay. We'll see you later. Bye. Okay.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay.
He's gone. He's gone. Yesterday was it was either John Candy's birthday or the anniversary of his death.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the tweets I found, and I want you to look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Just look up SCTV half-wits.
Oh, I remember that.
It's 2 words, half-wits.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched that, and I'm reminded about why that was such a great sketch. It's
I have DVD of the collected SCTV. I think it's almost all of the episodes on DVD.
Well, the one that they sent me was John Candy as Divine as Peter Pan.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
Which was funny. But then I went down the hole, and that was the next video was the Half-Wit sketch, which is one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm. Those are great shows. Eugene Levy, Rick Moranis, John Candy,
Joe Flaherty.
Yeah, that was Count Floyd. Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrea
Martin.
Hilarious. Oh, and what's her name from Schitt's Creek?
Catherine O'Hara.
Catherine O'Hara.
Yeah. A very funny group of people.
Andrea Martin as Edith Prickley, the station, the TV station owner. They're bizarre and they're funny. And I didn't realize at the time that they also Lorne Michael production.
Yeah.
In Canada? Is he Canadian?
Yes, he is.
I think he might be.
I think Lorne is Canadian.
So the funny comes from Canada. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny LaRue.
Yes.
John Candy as Johnny LaRue.
Oh, and I determined after watching that, because, you know, the game show host voice, their Johnny was named Johnny Ola. So
right.
I think that our Johnny, when we play Beat Gina, his last name should be Johnny Ola.
It's Johnny Ola.
Let's just steal that completely.
Yeah. And they're just watch it. You can probably find most of the sketches on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
They're just some of them are absolutely bizarre. That you kind of like like 3D House of Beef. What is the 3D House of Beef? It's just very strange stuff.
Dr. Tongue's 3D House of Beef.
That's right, Doctor. I'm Dr. Tongue.
Oh, can I give a quick shout out to a friend of the program, Daniel, who is desperately trying to help me get a PlayStation 5 for Festus. He keeps sending me alerts, and he just sent me another one. Let's see if it works, Daniel. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's unavailable. Did I miss it already? You just sent it to me. I did this all day yesterday, by the way.
One of our friends in our chat room queued up the John Candy participation in the Half-Wits game show. And remember, these are it's like Jeopardy, but it's for dumb people. Mm-hmm. So here we go. Let me find it here. Here we go.
Darren Peel. Darren, good to have you back.
Thank you, Alec, and we'd like to have you over for dinner real soon.
Uh-huh. Now, Darren, you were telling us you're in machine parts. Is that correct?
That is correct, Alec. I search ball bearings for a living. I have 2 pails at work. In one pail, I'll put good ball bearings, and in the other, I'll put the bad ones.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a demanding job.
It is for me.
Now, Darren, you're a family man. Is that correct?
That is correct, Alec. I've got 2 wonderful parents. I have a mother and a father, and I have another brother whose name is Darren.
What I meant to say was you have a family of your own?
I don't follow you.
Do you have a wife? Do you have children? Do you have a family of your own?
Oh,
your own
that,
family?
Sure I do. Sure I do. I have a wonderful wife and 2 boys named Frank.
Well, good to have you here, Darren. Good luck to you.
Well, thank you very much, Alec.
Blanche Ray. Blanche, good to have you here.
That is correct, Alex?
Now, Blanche
Alec,
Ray.
did I mention my wife?
I'm sorry, Darren?
My wife. Did I mention her by any?
You did, yes. You mentioned the wife and the 2 boys.
Named
That's right.
Frank.
That's right, yes. Yes. Just very, very good.
And then, Andrea Martin, I think it is. She just keeps ringing the buzzer.
That's correct, Alex? That is correct, Alex? Funny. Anyway.
Nice stuff.
John Candy. I think we're good. Mad Marchness, go to x96.com, click on the rotating banner, and vote in our brackets for Mad Marchness, and you decide who wins. All right? I think we're good. Fine job, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You got to cut out the late night cheese.
Please, it's a Hobbit thing, Gina. Corey is next.